get serious, as if Trump is our president. This is not me saying it, but one of them, that is the senator representing Edo North, Senator Adams Oshiomhole, he said, we're acting like we're rubber stamp. And guess what? I won't stop there. This is not me as well. I'm just a broadcaster here. But guess what? The First Lady of the Federation, the First Lady of this country, also mentioned that National Assembly are not really doing more, unlike what the 8th and the 9th National Assembly, were doing. And she enjoyed herself, I think, from 7th to 8th and 9th Assembly. But the 10th, So what should we say about that? I don't even think she graced the 9th Assembly as well, because that happens to be the Ahmad Lawa era. Okay, so if this is coming from the First Lady, who am I to say any other thing? So, but if our legislators are actually saying that, they've been going to their constituents, and not only that, they've been also attending to some situations, and some of them would say, the committee, works. Who are we to argue about that? But we want them to give a proper oversight function. That's all we're saying. That is all we're saying. And I'll leave it here. Away from that particular conversation, Falana rejects electricity tariff hike. Femi Falana, SAN, I suppose the federal government planned electricity tariff increase, saying Nigerians shouldn't pay more for poor power supply. He said the government must first deliver stable electricity. A campaign promised by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu before any hike. Falana also accused the federal government of abandoning the sector after privatization and urged it to either fix the disco or take them back if they fail to perform. Now, this particular conversation, can be overstretched. And the reason why I'm saying this is because last week, I know you get to follow the program, called People's Voice on Voiceover Television. Last week, we had a conversation here. And before I allowed my guest to even say a word on Thursday, we went, to the street of Nigeria, where people literally talked about economy. But not only that, they talked about, electricity tariff. People talked about how they have been coping and all of that. So this is not about us. But if you're saying you want to remove subsidy, in electricity, then you should have put a lot of things in place, because Nigerians are not ready, to go through that particular one. We have the few situation, ongoing in the country that we're still actually frowning at, because it is not looking well for us. So should we add electricity? Maybe, I'm just saying, I think we should also say or advise the government to also remove tariff from agriculture, so that, the reforms that the government are actually telling us that is really working can go well. This is just my take, because you took off, subsidy from the fuel, and Nigerians are going through this already. Now you want to take off subsidy from electricity. So should we also take off subsidy from the Ministry of Agriculture? So whatever the farm produce is, we will be fine, right? Nigerians will be fine. To join the conversation, I kindly call the number 08138714129. Follow us on social media at Voptv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voice of Television, and of course on YouTube, with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Now, this conversation is making rounds on social media, and I think it's part of the revelations that actually happened, over, the weekend. Certificate forgery. Tinubu will be under fire as bishops declare war on federal government. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz. Symbol rate 26,250.
Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of Television. 2027 politics exploded on Monday over certificate scandal, church backlash, and defiance of the Tinubu government. INEC formed showed Tinubu listed a CSU degree but left primary and secondary school blank. Peter Obi was also accused of forging a UNN certificate dated is Saturday, with General Snow urging Obi to sue. Catholic bishop met Tinubu over hardship and insecurity. Kalu said they told the truth, while Cardinal Oyenekan warned voters may boycott the 2007 if APC's win looks predetermined. The Northern Christian Association accused Bwala of dividing Christians, of course, and Showore vowed in court he will never apologize to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and of course, PFN. PFN's Bishop Wale Oke rejected opposed ban on bus preaching, to be precise. The LAC said 2007 will be decided by Nigerians as suffering, not by APC or Obasanjo. When I've been joined by Nelson Kunjumi, a human rights activist. Good afternoon to you, Nelson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. Are you?
Very well. We are both in the same country, so we're doing very well, okay? All right, joining us as well, we have Dr. Dayo Kayode, a social political technocrat and, of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Savior, and thanks for bringing my longtime friend Nelson to this your program.
Oh, really?
It's been a very long time. Nelson, you are becoming bigger and bigger. You better watch your weight.
Okay. All right, Doctor. So I think at this point, you should actually thank me because I've been giving you some nostalgic moments all through today. I produced the morning show, and you actually, talked about your other counterparts as regards to guest analysts who also joined the program this morning, on our TM. And today, this evening, you're also talking about Mr. Nelson. So I don't know where you would pay that in, but you have to actually make that payment, but not to me directly. Maybe just pay to the federal government. So the federal government will use it for our road construction. Yeah,
Nelson has been my very good friend. We have always been meeting on different
So,
forums.
Doctor, before I come to you and Mr. Nelson, I am told that Mr. Ladipo Johnson, who is also the NDC's senatorial candidate, Lagos State Central, is about to join. And of course, I'm hoping that as soon as he's been set up properly, he would join the conversation. Now, let me pick it up from Mr. Nelson, since he's the bride of the day. Dr. Dayo just said he has missed him. So let me pick it up from him. Now, let's talk about certificate and credibility. When we look at the situation, of course, some days ago, from Thursday, Friday, everyone started, releasing the documents they have, or what INEC has actually released to the public, or what they were able to, pick up from INEC's portal. What legal, weight does INEC's publication of form as regards to EC and 9 actually carry? And can blank primary and secondary, school fields be, let's even call it an oversight? But should we overlook that particular space, that blank space of primary and secondary? Or should this particular one challenge a candidacy in 2027? The reason why we're saying is because we've had several, a certificate situation in the country. And don't forget that so many people are also calling on, the 2022 Electoral Act, to be properly worked on. And the reason why we're saying is because that of the certificate forgery, we don't think it is, it is a problem to an extent, in the new, Electoral Act that has just been either amended or has been modified. So, but should we challenge this? Does this have a ground, or for a proper challenge as regards to candidacy, in the coming election of 2027? I'd like to take it up, Nelson, please.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm sure you are aware that we are a country governed by laws, and our democracy is governed by both the Constitution and the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act is very, very clear that the minimum requirement for the position of the president, somebody who is contesting for president, is school start attempted. You don't even need to pass. You just need to have maybe an SS3 attendance certificate from your secondary school. You can have F9 in all. The law does not say you must have an A1 or a B2 or a B3. So if the law is very clear about that, and candidates have decided to upload or to submit results that will not, bring about questioning, I wonder why this brouhaha from some quarters. We have passed this route before. You remember during the days of late former President Muhammadu Buhari, when they came up with all sorts of conjecture regarding his educational qualifications. At the end of the day, nobody could prove, all those allegations. And here we are again. This is the time one expects us all to put our eyes on the ball and be asking salient questions that has to do with the economic well-being of the average Nigerian. But rather, we delight in chasing shadows. And that is exactly what we are doing. So as far as I'm concerned, the law is very clear. Whoever has any problem with the law or whatever results or qualification that any of the candidates has submitted, if you have your facts, you can go to court. Then you talk about forgery. You and I know very well that certificate forgery is not only an electoral crime, it's a criminal offense. If you remember, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Saliu Ibrahim, he went to jail for forging his certificate. So it is not that it is not a problem, it's a problem. Once you are caught, you can be flying around with a fake certificate, but the day you are caught, you pay the penalty. So it's not that it's not a problem. Anybody who is committing a crime, the day of reckoning will come someday. So if you are carrying a fake certificate you are not only violating the law if somebody is able to come up and prove that that certificate you are parading is not yours or that you didn't obtain it, but also that is a criminal offense that you'll be prosecuted.
All right. I would like to ask you this. Now, I understand that you're talking about, forgery, and we should talk about it at large. Now, if you look at the 2020, the 2022 Electoral Act, which we wanted it to be properly, amended or, reviewed and, modified. Now, we still have there where it looks away from, this certificate situation, upon us having, a particular minister who honorably, walked away from that particular position. And of course, you talked about Salisu Ibrahim in 1999, but that's not my major catch now. Nelson, in this country, we've had several cases. We've had several cases when it comes to certificate forgery. And not only that, it looks to me like either the INEC or the National Assembly don't really seem, this is a big deal. And I'd like you to clear the air on this. Because why should we be realizing or why should we be finding out, about a certificate situation after the person has been confirmed, either from the National Assembly or from INEC, and they've been in office? Now, if we are to actually look at this particular conversation, this same certificate situation that we're talking about today, or that we, can decide to talk about for how long, the president has already used 3 years in office. So it means that they passed through the same INEC initially, right? Now, some of his ministers, or a particular minister, which we can actually use as a proof of concept, went through that same, process. Upon Nigerians, making the loud noise and all of that, now he was told to step down. But how do you assess the Chicago State University 1979 degree claim versus the blank education history on Tinubu's EC9? Is this a clerical error? I just want you to let me know, or a real credibility problem?
Well, the issue of certificate verification is not the duty of INEC. INEC does not have the power to verify your certificate. Whatever you present before INEC is what INEC will upload. It is not left for those who are aware that you don't have that certificate to raise eyebrow and even, institute proceedings to make you answer for that certificate. If you remember, the minister you just talked about, today the minister is in court. Like I said earlier on, you can be moving around with fake certificates, but a day of reckoning will come. And for that minister who was sacked and is in court today for forgery and fake certificates, we'll wait to see the outcome of that proceedings in court. Then, talking about President Tinubu, you remember that in 2022 to 2023, the noise about his certificate was all over the place. And the school authorities, even when one of the candidate that came second, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, also instituted a case with the Chicago State University. The university came out and said this candidate was a student. And a lot of his classmates then have come out to attest to that. You are asking about his primary and secondary school certificate. I'm sure you are aware of what is called mature students. As a mature student, you can gain admission into the university even if you don't have a primary or secondary school certificate. It is allowed in certain circumstances in the educational system. So
define matured, please. Define matured. Define matured candidate, please.
Dr. Dyer, I would like you to relax, please. Dr. Dyer, I would like you to relax and let Nelson finish. He's
not the one interviewing me. I wonder why he's anxious to jump into my discussion.
It's okay, Nelson.
What I'm saying here is that the certificate he has presented is recognized by law. But if anybody has alternative view or alternative facts to substantiate that certificate is not his, like people tried to do in 2022-23,
okay,
and it all came to naught.
Yeah,
we are yet watching again in 2027. Like I said earlier, we are chasing shadows. There are important issues that we should be concerned with, but because you want to distract, you want to confuse the gullible, you want to incite those who don't know their right from their left.
Okay.
We are here. We are here together.
All right. Thank you so much, Nelson. I wouldn't say you're taking briefs for the presidency because I'm aware that Sunday Dare does that. I'm aware that Bayo Onanuga does that. I'm aware that Daniel Buala does that. So I wouldn't want to put you in the fray. But let's see how this particular conversation turn out. Dr. Dayo, are you there?
I'm there fully.
Doctor, in as much as I know you want to respond to, some of the conversation.
Yeah, this thing is bouncing. Your audio there is bouncing, and is somebody is interfering there. Your audio.
Is it clear now? Is it okay? Don't worry.
Yeah, it's clear.
All right, so that will be set up. So, in as much as you would want to respond to everything Nelson has said, I'd like to take you on that same conversation. How do you assess, the Chicago State University 79 decree claim versus the blank education, history on Tinubu's EC9 form? Now, but this is not the catch. The catch is, I remembered about sometime last week or last 2 weeks, yes, the president called on, the caregivers in the United States to come back home. He said, come back home. Because I've also been in your shoes. I've also been there, and I brought back the better part of the United States. I was opportune to be part of the presenters for one of our in-house program as well, called Morning Boss on Saturdays, which, you should watch out for. Now, I asked just a few questions. The president, as at this time, in 1970s and 1980s, he actually enjoyed his time in the United States. And between 1980 to 1982 to 83, he became an accountant in the United States, which we all have. It is in the public domain. Now, he came back to Nigeria in 1983. And he went on to become the accountant he started working with the Nigerian Mobile Limited. And that was the reason why I asked the question. Mr. President, if you're asking Nigerians, the caregivers, to come back home to work here, what jobs is available for them? How much would their salary be? Where and where would they work? Who was the president? Who was the commander-in-chief? Who was the head of state as at the time you came back to Nigeria? It was Shehu Shagari. How was the economy then? And how is the economy now? These are just questions that I was asking, and I'm still asking today because I'm just a broadcaster. So I'd want the likes of you and maybe the presidency to respond to this, which I'm still hoping that Bayo Onanuga or Daniel Buala would actually grant an interview soon. How do you assess the situation? And of course, I'd also want you to look into the certificate situation and academic records. Should candidates, with disputed academic records be disqualified? Or should voters, decide the polls? Where do we draw the line? Because Nelson just mentioned now that some matured people have, exception and all of that. And that was why you were triggered and you wanted to talk. So, Doctor, you have the floor. I would like you to give us clarity.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Savior. I would like to tag my response as this. The shrewdness in Tinubu's political trajectory and its travelers. I like conceptualizing my responses most of the time, and that is exactly what I'm trying to do now. Now, let me start from that CSU certificate. And peradventure, there's no way you can talk about the CSU certificate that you not even talk about the forfeiture of some amount of money due to participating in some illicit drug activities as alleged or as read from the United States of America. During the last election, all these things were put in the front burner. And I can say categorically, from the reaction of the president of that school then, we had, and it was deposed to in the court, that the so-called signatory to that certificate was not yet the president of that particular school at that time. That's number one. Number two, that same president of that CSU came out to talk about how his children, family members, were worrying her to speak up. Number four, we also had this same Tinubu asking the court not to expose the files involved in that case because such will malign his personality irreparably. Malign his personality irreparably. And I want to quickly make a reference to when I was the state chairman of Accord Party in Ekiti. Some people, because of my expositions, the way I took Accord Party in the state then, they went to connive that I, Dr. Dao Kaude, was parading a fake PhD certificate. This same statement was aired on Federal Radio Nigeria. And some people came to me, oh boy, you didn't hear this? I said, you are just telling me, but then do I even give a hoot? Because I know my name. Let them call me whatever they want to call me. But when that thing start to fester, the Broadcasting Corporation Television of Ekiti State called us for an interview. I didn't go to that interview with array of senior advocate of Nigeria. I went for that interview, but the other opposition, they couldn't come. And the presenter, like you, was now afraid to mention it because he didn't know whether I want to take them to court or not. I now asked the presenter, that's the question we want to ask regarding my certificate. I said, number one, my certificate is never from Toronto, like Salisu Ibrahim. I said, number two, this is the school I went to. I said, number three, this is my matriculation number. This is my supervisor. This is my topic. Then also go to the website of these people that I was given a scholarship. So why should somebody be taking lawyers from Nigeria to America to go and define what certificate that is not there? That is there. Talking about adult education, you don't just go. You are not just being admitted for adult education without getting to either a certain stage or a certain level in your professional activities. For instance, as you are now Savior, they will be, the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, LASU will be ready to admit you as an adult education student because they know that you are having your work that you are doing 24/7. So because of that, they will allow you for adult education. Where was Tinubu then? How old was Tinubu then? For people, it's called travelers to be saying yes, he was admitted on as an adult student. Where is that said? Who were his classmates? Again, he was also talking about secondary school. Was he also an adult student in secondary school? Is that being allowed in secondary school? I mean, people just come up with some kind of narratives that are undefendable. That even when they are saying, our children will be asking us when tomorrow comes, when they are watching this, that, Daddy, why were you saying this? Why did you not say this? When the time comes. How can somebody be defending what is indefendable? Even look at our electoral act. Look at our electoral act. Because APC saw what happened in 2023. Look at the way education has been decimated in our electoral guideline. For goodness sake, how can you at this time, in this century, be saying school certificate attempts? School certificate attempts.
All right, doctor.
Is the qualification
Doctor.
to becoming the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Doctor.
It is never had anywhere. Yes.
Doctor, I'd like to also,
Yes, sir.
add this so you can take it simultaneously in as much as you're talking about, certificate situation now. For Peter Obi, of course, we were told that Peter Obi alleged the UNN, BA philosophy certificate dated December 15th, 1984, was also another situation, of course. What would it take to prove forgery in court versus just winning, the narrative online? And the reason why I'm asking this is because, of course, Peter Obi's team are set to sue, a certain person who also talked about him forging, a line about the UNN certificate. And I'd like to clear, that statement. Now, I want you to also talk about the church situation. And of course, the Catholic bishops met with Tinubu and were called, the conscience of the nation by Senator Kalu, which I'm surprised. But how influential are religious leaders in shaping a 2027 voter sentiment? Because Cardinal Oyenekan warned, of a voter apathy if people believe APC will win, this particular election. How real, is the risk that INEC can, do to rebuild the trust? The reason why I'm saying this is because, some people already, the voter apathy we talk about is some people just feel that there's no need for them to vote since their vote would not count. But if we're to look at the real issues, I'd like to give me clarity on all of this, please.
Yes, you see,
please, I'd like you to pick it up. I'd like you to pick it up from. I'd like you to pick it up from Peter Obi. Then you now, get into that of the bishop. Yes.
Yes, that's where I'm even going to. I wouldn't have loved to speak so much about certificate forgery or no certificate forgery, if not because the narrative of adult education now being brought in to defend what is not defendable. However, that of Peter Obi, you see, the issue of certificate forgery, the menace of certificate forgery, even started from the 2015 elections, when Buhari was being alleged of coming the fake certificates, and somebody was defending him, that even let him bring in NEPA bill. I mean, nothing will happen. Why? Because they know that they are controlling the court. And where am I going from there is this. People that are forging certificates and are altering their certificates, I wouldn't blame them. I will blame the institution. It is because our institutions have become so weak. How can somebody be telling me on the national TV that INEC doesn't have the temerity to be cross-checking certificate being submitted to it? I mean, for goodness sake, is it done? Who owns the electoral guideline? Who manages and supervises and ensure the electoral guidelines are being taken good care of? Who? Is it not INEC? So who is not supposed to be in charge of it, to be able to scrutinize one certificate and all that? It is INEC. So, I mean, people cannot be fooled to say INEC has nothing, no temerity to be verifying candidates' certificates. Candidates, all candidates, whatever it is, are under INEC because they are operating within the guidelines of INEC. Let's leave that. Now, coming back to the religious leaders, you see, if you have been following America's election in the past years, you will know that the Baptists have been playing one role or the other. I remember during Obama days, they went to a particular situation in his church, in his unit, to see his reaction to a particular statement by a priest or by a pastor. or a bishop, whatever they call that person there, to look at his reaction within the church. That is to say, leaders, religious leaders, they have a role to play. Look at the present Trump. Look at the way he picked up the Bible. He picked up sermons of the church towards pushing forward his campaign when he was campaigning this last election.
All right, doctor.
So that is to tell you
All right,
that
doctor.
religious leaders, they have, sorry, 1 second, please. Let me land. That they have a role to play.
Okay.
I can bet you. Let all these religious leaders come out today with one voice. Say, listen, our country is experiencing economic drop, political drop, social drop. We want you to go this way. And then you will see whether things will change to normal or not.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo.
Let me just sum it up that way.
Thank you so much, Doctor. In as much as I know you have a lot to say, but of course, I'd like to go back to Nelson. Nelson, are you there?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
All right, so of course, I know you have a lot to say and to respond to Dr. Dayo. Yes, so I would want to give you, the room to also do that so that I'm fair here. Now, I would also want to give you an adult. The Northern Christian Association, accused Daniel Bwala of trying to divide Christians. Of course, you heard the statement. He said that the cardinal actually spoke for the Catholic, people, not the Nigerian Christians. Is religion being weaponized ahead of, 2027? And the reason why I'm asking you this is because, we need to look at that particular Muslim ticket that the APC have actually pushed towards again, regardless of the situation. We've heard of Christian genocide and what have you. Now, the president made an assertion by saying that Nigerians have been hungry before he became president, before he was born. And I believe you know the meaning of that particular statement. So, Nelson, what do you think?
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. You said you were going to give me time to respond because I heard the other speaker say a lot of things.
Please go ahead.
When I spoke about the university certificate that was tendered by Mr. President, I assumed that maybe that was the reason why he didn't tender his primary or secondary school educational certificate. I'm not a spokesperson, so I'm not in a position to speak authoritatively. And you heard the other guest, all he was saying is that we heard the president of the school said he was being pressured. You are aware that people took this matter to court even in the US. And it came to naught. Then I'm surprised that your other guest is talking about why INEC should not be the one screening certificates of
Nelson. His name is Dr. Dayo.
Yes.
Just call him by name, yeah. That's fine.
Well, if I call him the other guest, it's not derogatory. If I say the other guest, he can refer to me as the other guest.
All right, go ahead, please.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So it's not derogatory. Yes. So he also talked about INEC. How can somebody come and say INEC does not have the powers? Well, I'm sure if you have read the Electoral Act and the Constitution very well, you know the role of INEC. It's just like in a football match. Whichever player you present for the match, the referee is less concerned. The referee's responsibility is to officiate the game. If at the end of the game it is discovered that you fielded an ineligible player, the Football Association will do the needful. And so in this case, it is the law that is the Football Association of Nigeria. INEC is just an umpire. Same way the position or the functions of INEC is made very, very clear in law. So if you just believe because you have woken up that, oh, why should INEC not do this? I beg to inform and educate you that INEC is an institution set up by law, and the law stipulates what the functions of INEC is. Then you talked about the bishops. Well, they have a right to go wherever they want to and make their position is within their right.
Nelson.
But when they come out,
Nelson.
yes,
Nelson.
yeah,
I am
yeah.
hoping. I'm hoping that you're not taking briefs for the presidency because it is looking like you are. But I like the fact that you're actually on the side of APC. So let me just make this.
Even if I'm taking briefs for the president, it's not a crime.
Nelson, it is not a crime.
Yes, it's not
you
a
have
crime.
you have the
Yes.
right. You have the right.
not committed any
You have the right,
Yes,
and this
Yes,
is your
absolutely.
fundamental human right. So Nelson, please
Are you
hold on.
trying to intimidate
Nelson, hold on. Nelson, hold on.
Are you trying to intimidate me for
Nelson,
any my view?
Nelson, I would like you to listen to me, okay? Now, I love the fact that you're actually, giving clarity from the ruling party's quarters. Now, I don't know if you actually heard what that the presidential, spokesperson said by Ononuga. He said Nigerians are not as hungry as they claim. I don't know if you saw that particular media pally. That's one. Secondly, the second, presidential, spokesperson, Boala, he also mentioned, he said, if you're earning 60,000 here in Nigeria, you're better off that whosoever that is a first class, doing a care, a care work, a caregiver in the United Kingdom. I would like you to look into this. And one, the reason why I want you to look into this is because the president also said that before he was born, there has been hunger in the country. And of course, Nigerians are complaining of hunger. And the presidency said that the economy is actually yielding, results. What would you say as regards to the economy of the country as we speak? Are Nigerians really hungry or not? I would like you to give me clarity on all of this. Let's talk about physical realities. Economy reform is on the other side. But how does it reflect in the lives of Nigerians? I'd like to take this in just 20 seconds, please. We're pressed for time.
Oh, sorry. Well, the fact of the matter is that regarding your statement of hunger, when people tell me people are hungry, I always refer them to the Bible. If you remember that woman that poured a very expensive alabaster oil on the feet of Jesus, I hope you remember what the disciples of Jesus said to her. That why waste this oil? The money would have been given to the poor. That tells you that people have been hungry since the creation of man.
Okay.
So don't allow anybody to come and blackmail and intimidate you with hunger. People have been hungry today. People will be hungry tomorrow. People are hungry in US now.
Nelson.
Is it only Nigeria that people are hungry?
Nelson.
Abba.
Nelson.
Yes.
So are you saying that
Yes.
that it is normal and it is okay for Nigerians to remain hungry? Don't forget that the president.
Which Nigerians? I'm a Nigerian.
Okay.
Which Nigerians?
Okay, so you are saying.
Where did you do your study?
Okay, so Nelson, when you are not hungry, you feel some Nigerians are not hungry. Is that what you're saying?
Well, now you see, you have now captioned the.
I just want to know.
You said Nigerians.
Yeah.
If you say Nigerians, you are generalizing. If you say some, I can accept that.
Okay.
Now you have come to where I'm going.
Okay, so what? So I want you to. I'm coming. Okay, Nelson, are you aware that the United Nations said about 61% are living below poverty level? Are you aware?
Of course, I'm aware.
Okay, so if you are aware of that particular data, why should you still think that most Nigerians are not hungry? Because 61 is high. Huh?
That is a fallacy. Those whom you claim are hungry.
Nelson,
what value are they adding to the system?
Nelson, I want to do something for you. You said what are Nigerians, doing to add up to the system? Now, Nelson, I want to do something for you. I want to invite you officially to join another program, another head-to-head with me, where you and I will have a conversation. And just like I did last week, where I get to, I went to the streets of Nigeria, anywhere in the country to listen to Nigerians talk as regards to how they are coping. And you and I would have this conversation again. I love the fact that you are saying that what are Nigerians adding to, this particular government, and you don't think they should, they have the right to be hungry. This is actually, noted down for you, and you and I would have more conversation as regards to that. Dr. Dayo, I'm sincerely sorry that I can't take more. I would have wanted you to respond to this. But
but then bring me to that conversation with you and Nelson.
No problem. All right.
Hungry Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. And I would want it to be physical in the studio so we can actually have a wonderful time.
Why not? Why not?
So we're pressed for time now, and this is how far we can actually go. Thank you so much. Coming up next is a locker room. If you love the world of football, I like to stay put to enjoy that particular. And from my team, my name remains Savior Udo. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last for tough people, last for whatsoever you face on soon over, and you will definitely smile again. Have a good evening. Rest.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make they rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Welcome.
desire.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
All right, it's another lovely Monday to be here to talk of football. So much happening, exciting world of football. And what a weekend it was of explosive action coming from the Women African Cup of Nations, faraway Morocco, and the Super Falcons, would I say, stoop and eventually to conquer against the Zambians, not without a scalp of a red card in that game. But they say definitely 3 points is better than nothing. And back home in Nigeria, they say half bread is better than puff puff, but the whole bread right now has been given to the Super Falcons in that game against Zambia. My name is Jerry Arpillon, and welcome to the show, The Locker Room, on Voice of the People television. We're on YouTube at Voptv Live, and of course, and on Voptv Plus, you get to rewatch and of course make your comments on all our programs. And of course, we're also on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. I'm not alone in the studio. The usual suspect is with me, talking about Ikechukwu makes a return. And I think he was he was definitely looking forward to Loco in goal, but it did not happen. But hopefully, you will get to see her in the game against Egypt. It's great to have you join us on the Locker Room.
Well, Jerry, it's good to be here to talk football. It was a very beautiful weekend for the Super Falcons. They showed class. They showed why they are arguably one of the best teams in the world when it comes to female football. And I mean, it really showed that they've got strength. In spite of going one man down, they also showed that they have what it takes to actually rise up to the occasion when it really demands. So I talk about Fatima Oloko. I don't know why you have to find a way to sneak her into this particular conversation. But anyways,
I think you say you were actually looking forward to her being goal against Zambia, but it is what it is.
Well, I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah. It was behind the camera. I had to bring it out here. We had the conversation on Locker Room last week. Yes, you mentioned it. Yes, you were talking about Fatima Oloko even prior before the competition. And of course, we said, okay, maybe we'll be looking forward to her in goal. But she's still yet to get her first WAFCON.
Well, the most important thing is that the team won.
Yeah, the team won. That's
the team won, yes.
Okay. And there was a situation where the woman of the match, talking about Alozie, had to be tested for drugs because the Zambian officials said that the kind of pace and strength she displayed in that game was abnormal, and they believe that she should be tested for drugs. What do you think about that?
Well, Jerry, it's not the first time we've actually seen, an athlete that's, is being called out to actually do a drug test because of the performance. I mean, we know that athletes normally, sometimes they take, performance-enhancing drugs. Ronaldinho has been accused sometime at the peak of his power, around 2004-2005 season by Chelsea under Jose Mourinho. Also, the Barcelona class of 2009 to 2012 was at some point also, subject to this sort of conversation where Jose Mourinho also called out, these guys for their, display on the pitch. Also, Usain Bolt also at some point has been called out for, his performance as well. So sometimes there's level of performance you give. People start asking questions: is he really, human or not? So, but for the lady in question, talking about Alozie, I think she did what she did because of the criticism that actually followed. You recall that after that first game against Malawi, she was one of the few persons that were heavily targeted, criticized heavily outside the goalkeeper. She was actually one of the key players that was actually very well targeted. A lot of persons actually called her to question. Some persons also said she's lost the leg. Some other person says she's just only good with her looks. She's not superlative in terms of what she actually brings. Some persons even start questioning that why is she even part of the team. That there's nothing really special about her. She's not really a good footballer and all that. And all of these comments, we are in the age of social media. Players also get to see some of these things. Cristiano Ronaldo, case in point, a man who can actually just be scrolling through his Instagram handle and then see something and then you just like it. These are pointers to exactly what players also see week in, week out. They get to see this in certain games, see reactions of fans, see how people have been calling them out. Also, don't also forget that a certain Alex Iwobi also faced criticism, and of course he also at some point closed his Instagram account. So she actually saw that and then reacted positively to it, and that's exactly what we actually saw. And also remember that after Alex Iwobi was heavily criticized in 2023, we saw a different version of Alex Iwobi under Eric Schell. So sometimes when players get these reactions, they tend to actually want to prove their worth, prove to the fans that this is exactly the person you guys once fall in love with. And I'm still very much here. I still got what it takes to actually be that fan girl that you guys really like to see on the pitch. So it was actually quite surprising because for the Zambians, with all due respect to them, because they've not seen a player play right back in a game of high magnitude and then move to the left back and still play at the same level. She played at the left back, against Malawi in the first game. People could criticize her, but she moved to the left back and she was still very rock solid. So that actually brought, the question about, what is really powering this lady? And Nigeria is actually one man down, so it's expected that at some point they would have started showing that they are tired and all of that. But she's just all over the.
Sometimes I used to think she's a number 10.
Exactly. So she was drifting to the midfield. She was playing. That's exactly what we first saw the first time we saw Alozie. She's a player who was very good on the ball. So at some point, maybe she felt too comfortable. She felt like my jersey is just there and nobody's going to challenge me. But this criticism came right in time, and trust me, it's going to really spoil the Super Falcons on.
All right, going to spoil the Super Falcons on, and of course that makes it a very interesting one as far as I want to concern. Let's talk about Justin Madugu and his formation. We talked about this first game. We're not happy with the selection process, and it seems like he listened to us. Brought in Asisa Toshola. Imagine she made a whole lot of difference, scoring the decisive goal in that one.
Well, it's really not about the changes he did make, right? For me, there's no really big change apart from the likes of Asisa Toshola. But the truth is, tactically, right? Justin Madugu has shown that he's not a man I can trust. But
in spite of that performance,
the girls rose up to the occasion.
Not
Justin Madugu. No, the girls rose up to the occasion. They know what's at stake for them. They want to go to the World Cup. I said it here the last time. The only thing that's going to really push these girls is the fact that they don't want to miss the World Cup. So for anything, they want to at least make it to the semi-finals, and that's what we saw. They were angry, they were hungry, they were injured, and they came all out, for that particular game. And that exactly what happened. Outside that, there's no really difference, right? The only difference is that the Zimbabweans didn't approach the game the way the Malawians did approach it. They didn't, start to throw long balls, and plus the fact that the Super Falcons got the goal early. If you had actually allowed the game to really settle into the first 20, 30 minutes, it would have perhaps been different. These ladies might have decided to actually sit back and then start throwing long balls, and it might really hurt us. So for me, right, and I also do believe that the goalkeeper, as long as the goalkeeper and every other team, talking about Anozie and the rest of the back four, also showed a huge level of composure. That's exactly one thing that also really helped us. I don't know what happened with Dimei. She seems to be the only person who really didn't put herself together in this particular second game. But the rest of the back line, Oladipo came out, came in, in the second half. She was rock solid. She was a Trojan. She was moving, down the flank. She was immense. She showed that we've got depth in squad. Aside that, why would Justin Madugu? How long did it even take him to start making changes? These are the questions, right? You are already a man down. It took you almost, over 70 minutes before you start making the right changes for the team. This is not how you actually, win a championship.
Is it about making the right changes, or in terms of substitutions, or the changes on the pitch in terms of the formation and the way the team plays themselves? Because it was still very obvious that the Super Falcons didn't really feel any need to make a sub because they were still good 10/11.
See, Jerry, sometimes when you're playing a game, right, you're actually leading. You're one goal up, right? There are certain in tactical formation you make, right? You either decide to actually close, the midfield so that you get more balls and then...
Maybe that's why they didn't score more goals.
No, Jerry, we didn't actually create more chance. Let's be very fair.
You're one man down.
No, before the one man down.
Okay.
Did we create chance? We didn't create any chance.
Okay.
The Super Falcons that we saw in the previous tournament is still Justin Madugu, right? But the Super Falcons who saw in the previous tournament created a lot of chance. We created a lot of chance. We scored a lot of goals. This Zambia, we trashed them 5-0. This Zambia.
This Zambia, we just came up from a 5 or a 6-0 victory against Egypt. They are so much in confidence. Barbara Banda has been a thorn in the flesh of everybody.
Against Egypt. Egypt is the weeping girls of the group. See, Egypt is not even in the reckoning when it comes to female football in North Africa. Talk more of the entire Africa. They're not even in the reckoning. And when we talk about football in Africa, North Africans are way behind.
Well, would you say that's the fault of the Super Falcons? Because if you take a look at Justin Madugu, let's say this is a team that just recently came out of a victory, and the Super Falcons coming out from a loss against Malawi, against a Zambia side who's still a very, very tough side. You cannot push them over. And recording 1-0 victory with one woman down for quite a while in that game is still something to really commend him for.
Jerry, normally this Zambian side is a side the Super Falcons will comfortably beat at least 3-0.
Right.
See, no, Jerry.
But you forget that it's no longer like it used to be.
No, Jerry. I said we trashed them in the last competition last year, 5-0.
Yeah.
5.
Last year and this year, taking a look at...
What I'm saying is their squad
is the same Justin Madugu's team.
That's what I'm saying. Their squad is slightly the same.
Okay.
Right? Their squad is slightly the same. What I'm saying here is that, Jerry, the way Justin Madugu has been, setting up his team, he's shown that he's a man who is really not evolving. The Zambian team really evolved from what we actually saw in the last tournament. Okay. They really evolved. Practically, the way they set up their team, you know that the only thing lacking for them is the quality. That's where we edge them. Okay. It's the quality. The Zambian teams try to create a lot of chance. They try to even break into even why the number was still equal, right? Even why the number was still equal, they caused a lot of problem. That's why we considered the red card. They caused a lot of problem for our defense. That is the kind of problem. We have the attack. We have people who can actually push the ball. But I don't know. For some reasons, yes, Echegini and Uchebi, rock solid. I was expecting her to actually play, in the first game. It's good that Justin Madugu hit our cry, brought her in the second. Yes, that was quite competitive. But then at game progresses, I was expecting him to actually, change the way I approach the game. See, the Zambian team clearly were playing in the middle. The Super Falcons should have actually used the width. We didn't use the width at all. We didn't use it. And it was easy for them to actually, come at us with their numerical strength. We didn't use the width at all. The only time we tried to actually use the width was when, Oladipo actually, came into the rank, the team, and was using, the right wing, down the touchline. We didn't really get that person that would, drive them through the width of the game. I mean, players in like, Odega back in the days, and I was expecting, maybe and Okoronko coming on early in that particular game to actually also help, to actually change the dynamics of the game. But I don't know, the way he attempts to actually, interpret his game, read his game is really, some sort of trouble for me, because I know football is beyond what you actually play right here, at the WAFCON. When we get to the World Cup, this is exactly where, this game are actually won and lost, because these people understand that, okay, the middle is not working, let's make use of the width. The width is not working, let's make it of area balls. These are the complexities that top managers actually use when they want to actually defeat team. You've got the quality, make good use of it.
Well, if you look at that fact, how many good wingers we have in the Super Falcons who can actually play that wide football you're really asking for? Because take a look at our strikers, they're mostly direct, mostly like coming from the middle. And if you look at if you take a look at the strength of women football, it's quite difficult to really find good wingers when it comes to women football. They like to play direct inside the box or throw the balls from where they can get it, even from the middle. Most of them shy away from running through the wings because it takes a lot of strength to do that.
Jerry, see, there's something about football that we will definitely agree on, right? First is both male and female football, the interpretation on the pitch is decided by the man who is sitting on the bench telling them what to do.
You're talking about the coach?
Right, the coach. Now, second is modern day football, right? The people who use the byline most are the fullbacks. we have fullbacks in Alozie and other people who can actually run down the line. They did it on few occasions in that particular game, right? What we just need, what made the likes of Daniel Alves, Jordi Alba awesome, Marcelo, because they did what they did because they were able to actually run down the flanks all through 90 minutes. We have these girls that can actually do it. All you need to do is to actually put a man or two, the likes of Okoronkwo, push her down, the flank, so that you expand the pitch. And then when you are attacking, these girls come in, and those ones, the fullback will have the energy to actually run behind. When you have fullback constantly running, the fullback of those teams will not be able to attack. If the way we actually played that game, if you played against a top side, right, a side that make good use of their fullback, we will be in very serious trouble. And that's one of the problems that we had in our first game, because the Malawian ladies actually make good use of their flank, and it stretched the pitch, so it was easy for our center back Pierre to actually be wide open, and every single ball dropped behind them, and that's exactly what really happened. Yes, we know that a lot of those goals that happened, that was the Anadozie error. Yes, we know that, but then the intentions and what the plan for the Malawian ladies to get a goal was very obvious. It was clear that they actually want to play be behind the lines of the Super Falcons, and it was what resulted to the goals. If they actually didn't plan the game that way, they might not really get those errors might not have occurred, and we might actually be saying in the end maybe just 1-0, or the Super Falcons might even just edge them 2-1, but they understood their strength and they played to it.
But look at the way the Malawians have gone ahead to defeat Egypt, 6 points out of 2 games. Would you say that maybe the Malawians were just underrated after all? They're a very good side that will may really go far in this competition.
Zambia defeated the same Egypt, Jerry. There's nothing special about them. See, Super Falcons will go there and will also trash them. It is normal. Super Falcons will beat them at least 3-0. Mark my word, it's going to end like that. 3-0.
There are already permutations about the group already that Super Falcons will have to beat the Egyptians by as much goals, maybe as 6 goals. But I think the CAF rule of head-to-head supersedes that, because they've been able to beat Zambia. All they just need to do is to beat Egypt, and they're through.
No, the permutation for the group is just simple. When it gets to a tie like this, the first rule for CAF is the CAF will have to look at the head-to-head, pairing among the 3 teams that actually did play, right? Now, the Super Falcons have actually scored 3 goals, in this head-to-head tie and considered 3 goals, right? And now, as it stands now, Malawi has just considered just 2 goals in the head-to-head tie. So, bearing what happened between them and Zambia, right? Is where the next point of if Zambia is able to defeat them by as much as 3 goals, then or 4 goals, then it becomes interesting, right? Zambia just need a 2-goal margin to actually edge Malawi in this particular group. If Zambia can actually beat them even 2-0, it's going to boil down to 0. Yes, it's going to boil down to 0, and the Super Falcons already, as it stands right now, Super Falcons also have 0, and then we'll have to look at the head-to-head, which means they consider two goals, and they'll definitely be knocked out. I'm talking about Malawi will be knocked out in the end. So the Super Falcons at this point, whatever happens in that particular game, Super Falcons just need one goal. If the Super Falcons get 1 goal, Super Falcons will be through to the next round.
Let's talk about the red card. Was it really uncalled for? Putting the Super Falcons in a difficult situation. They just lost their first game. I expected the players to have been able to keep their cool. Yeah, Barbara Banda, yes, I know she was the biggest threat. Yes, they were doing everything to try to stop her. Do you think it was rather harsh from the referee, or it was just that the player didn't just do what she was supposed to do to avoid being sent off?
Well, I think we have to look at it from 2 points. Emotionally, the referee was, having an emotional rush. That's exactly why, she gave her a red card, because she just rescinded the particular, red card offense, and now, you actually have to look at, another incident, and you have to, she just acted on the moment. But sincerely, that wasn't the red card. At best, it's a yellow card. That lady's actually not the last man. I don't know why she actually did give her that red card. But unfortunately, it happened the way it did happen. They were very close together. It's normal tussle. The best you can get is a yellow card. It's not like the lady was already on the run and then she chased and then pulled her back as the last person. So I don't know why she actually did what she did. But then, it's one of those things, like I said, it's just an emotional rush. She just acted on emotion. And, she felt like, incident, maybe she shouldn't have actually, rescinded it. And that's exactly why she decided to actually just award that. But at best, it should have actually just been a yellow card. But I also want to say this, Jerry. I think that before that yellow card, right? Before that yellow card, before that red card, the Super Falcons seems to be asleep. They were not really all out, to actually win that game. But that red card seems to be like, an extra injection that, pushed them to say, you know what, by hook or by crook, we have to win this game. And a lot of persons have been actually, throwing the conspiracy theory that it seems like they want the Super Falcons out of that particular group by all means because, the whole station wants to actually win it. But it's still very much, conspiracy. But CAF should really, look into their rule book, and that's actually for me, it's not actually a red card. And this is exactly where I expect the NFF to actually step up to actually, go and appeal that. That's not a red card by any stretch. It's a foul, yes, yellow card, yes, but she's not the last man. So why issue a red card?
And of course, it means that Demain and Echegini will be suspended for the game against Egypt. These ladies are very crucial to the team going into the last game against Egypt. Now, does it mean that
our under 17 will beat Egypt, Jerry?
Does it mean now that the subs who were practically on the bench from the first game who should be given more chances to prove themselves? Since Asisa Oshola came from the bench, does it mean that Asisa Oshola should be starting more games now?
Jerry, record last AFCON.
Yes.
The people that started the first 2 games were not the ones who actually finished the tournament. They were put to the bench. Like Asisa Oshola, they stopped playing because, they actually weren't giving their best in the first 2 games. Right? People on the bench, that's exactly where the likes of Echegini, Jamie Lucy, and the likes came up and then they stepped up. Okoronkwo as well. They came up and there's this Ihozo and co. They came from the bench and then they changed, the game. So maybe now it's also their own turn now to also step up and then change the dynamics of the game to prove, the coach Justin Madigo right that, we actually, your first pick in the last tournament, let us prove it to you that we've got all it takes to actually, take this team to glory again. Prince Ola and the likes, this is the opportunity to actually step up, and then, Omewa and co, this is the opportunity to prove that they have what it takes to actually, see the Super Falcons through in this particular one. So for me, I think I'm not even worried about the Egyptian game. I think our under 17, our Flamingos will definitely beat, this, Egyptian side. So I'm not bothered about what's going to be happening. Like I know by the worst case scenario, the Super Falcons will win that game by 2 goals to nothing. Worst case scenario.
All right. Well, the way it's going, it looks like the Malawians will eventually take the top of this group. Talking about the team making its debut, going to top a group where you have the Super Falcons, Zambia, Egypt. That's quite a tremendous one. And it puts the Super Falcons in a difficult situation. They might be able to be meeting a tough opponent who will top the group, the other group, going into the quarterfinals.
It's one of those things you get to see. Just concluded World Cup. Cape Verde came behind Spain in the group where we have, the likes of Uruguay. So yes, it's football. Sometimes, if you fail to take your chance, the supposed smaller team will just punish you. And it's one of those, dynamics. This is one of those interesting things about, the game of football. You have to always, show that you are at your best when you go into a game. You don't underrate any team. But it remains to be seen, right? Yes, the Malawians have actually done, a very good job. But the last game, the Zambians might just end up trashing them and they'll be knocked out of the group. You just be very, very, surprised. Because at this stage, the worst case scenario for the Super Falcons is that the Super Falcons will finish this group 2nd place. That's the worst case scenario, right? As it stands now, if we win by 1 goal to nothing, we're finishing the group, in 2nd place. But Jerry, I'll tell you something, right? These Zambian ladies might just beat. I still believe I saw them. If
they beat the Malawians, it's going to be a difficult one for the Super Falcons.
No, the Super Falcons will make it through.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Malawians have won 2 games.
If they defeat the Malawians in this particular group by, say, 2 goals to nothing, right? If they defeat the Malawians by 2 or 3 goals to nothing, the Malawians will be having a negative number, in the head-to-head among the 3 teams. Super Falcons just got 0 now. So which means we are safe. So whatever happens, as it stands now, Zambia is having -1. And Malawi is actually having, +1. So if Zambia defeats them by 2 goals to nothing, it means that they will return to negative and they'll be out of the group. That's what it means. And now it depends on the number that Super Falcons now dish out to the Egyptians. The Super Falcons trash them by 7. The Super Falcons become top of the group.
All right, it is what it is. A lot of permutations going into that one. I think the last time we did that was with the Super Eagles.
The Super Falcons, we are through already. Don't worry.
All right.
My ladies, my girls are true.
All right, including Fatima Loko. All right. Anyway, the WAFCON have also put some surprises. I saw the game against between South Africa and Cote d'Ivoire. I thought Cote d'Ivoire was going to win that game, but somehow South Africa came back it seems you're not ready to go back to the country.
But they're already back. They're already back.
Sorry, they're already gone back.
They're already gone back. But
what happened to South Africa in this competition?
It's one of those things you get to see in tournaments, major tournaments, where the big guns go into the tournament sleeping, feeling like we will definitely find a way around it. We are one of the big names, and then they just end up getting knocked out of the group. It's exactly what happened to Uruguay in this World Cup. I mean, they saw a group of Cape Verde. They were expecting that there's no way we're not seeing ourselves out of this group. It's exactly also what happened to Brazil, where they actually faced up to with Norway. Yes, they look at like Haaland and other guys. They know they've got quality, but I mean Brazil is 5-star World Cup team, so we have a way to actually beat Norwegians. But until the game kickstarts, it was a win for Brazil on paper. But I mean, it's what comes with lack of preparation for a major game, and they actually went into that particular game without adequate preparation, and it actually did show. They have to go back now to the drawing board, if they have any left, to actually look into what's happening in their female football. I think South African football has experienced consistent decline in the last couple of years. They're no longer that particular team you look at and you say, okay, they've got that fear factor. And it is one of those teams I want to see in Africa compete at the biggest stage, because they have the infrastructure, they have what it takes, the personnel to actually really compete and fly the African banner. So it's unfortunate that we're having South Africa knocked out, but then it's also good that we're also having other teams showing that African football, there's actually no minus anymore.
No minus anymore in African football. Wait and see what pans out. As far as the WAFCON is concerned, we'll make sure that we give you updates as far as what's happening with the Super Falcons and so many other teams. We have not really perused. We've only been focused on the Super Falcons. We promise on our other programs we'll be able to do all of that. But let's talk about the man of the moment, Victor Osimhen transfer. Looks like the man is in the news this time around for the right reasons. Victor Osimhen is once again at the center of Premier League transfer speculation, with Tottenham reportedly making an initial move for the Nigerian striker. A report indicates that Spurs have made an inquiry for the Galatasaray forward as they explore attacking options, with figures around £64 million being discussed. And the development adds another twist to the Osimhen transfer saga, with Tottenham now appearing to be stepping up their interest. They spent over £200 million at the transfer window, and De Zerbi is not satisfied. He says he needs a top striker, because if you look at that Tottenham side, yes, I agree. You can rely on Richarlison. Solanke is always in and out injured. He's a very good striker, but injuries will never let him play a lot of games. Victor Osimhen to Tottenham Hotspur, what does it look like?
Yeah, it's a deal that I really want to see. I want to see him come to play, at the highest level. He did it in Syria. He actually did show that he's got quality, and that's what ended him the move to Turkey. Now, he's London rival Arsenal. It's going to be quite interesting. Anytime we want to see the London derby,
we'll get to that. There's also to talk about Arsenal.
Okay, yeah. But then the interesting part here is that if Victor Osimhen makes this move will eventually push through. It's going to be, a very, very big one for him as a player, because it's going to actually raise his level. And not just because of, the fact that he'll be playing in the Premier League, but because of the manager he will be playing under. De Zerbi is a manager who likes to actually control the tempo of games, which means that, Osimhen will not be short of service, right? And of course, when the striker gets a lot of service, he definitely will be putting the ball behind the net, if it's quite very clinical. Like you also rightly mentioned, Richarlison, Solanke, Richarlison is not the player you really want to actually bank on with a lot, because he's quite skillful, so he might actually be playing on the flank of Victor Osimhen or be playing behind Victor Osimhen, whichever ways that the man choose to actually deploy him. But Victor Osimhen, the Tottenham Hotspur under De Zerbi, is a move I would definitely want to see. I just hope it actually does materialize, because Victor Osimhen is one of those top marksman that any team that is really actively looking at rebuilding to really compete will want to actually go for.
Yeah, of course, Tottenham Hotspur. We've seen a lot of strikers go there and struggle. Is Victor Osimhen going to struggle at Tottenham like every other striker that have gone there? The only striker that actually have done very well at Tottenham has been Harry Kane. Since, I think, Robbie Keane, there was Robbie Keane at a point in time, but it was always Harry Kane as far as the top line at Tottenham is concerned. We even had Soldado, even came there and struggled at a point in time, if I remember. Yes, coming from Valencia. We even, I'm trying to remember the Timo Werner also came there.
Timo Werner, Soldado, all of these guys are technically not at the level of Victor Osimhen, right? Osimhen is a player who is technically above these two players. And the manager that Hurricane did play under, gave his best, was Pochettino. Pochettino is also a manager who likes to put the ball on the ground. So it was easy for him. His ability to actually use the ball, combine play with the likes of Yumin Song. The team was actually quite thick. They've got good midfielders who can actually really put the ball on the ground at the point. So it was easy for him to actually bang in a lot of goals. And Roberto De Zerbi is also a manager who likes to actually keep the ball on the ground. So yes, if that also come into play, for this Tottenham team, they've got, brilliant midfielders, Maddison and co. These guys are all in the midfield this time around. I just hope they stay fit. And then with their, acquisition of the likes of, Gomez from Wolfsburg, from Wolves, it says a lot about, the intent of the manager talking about De Zerbi. So it's really going for a lot of players. And of course, all the signings he's been making from Van Hekken and co. has shown that he really wants to actually, dominate and dictate play. We saw him, what he did right there at Brighton. He's trying to replicate that. And if he does that successfully right there at Tottenham Hotspur, trust me, whoever is going to be the number 9 is going to be well fed with, with balls. And that's, if Victor Osimhen finds himself in that particular position, there's no reason why he's not going to actually be coming up with about 20 goals in the Premier League season. So I think he's definitely not going to struggle. He's got an eye for goal. He's shown that he's a man who can actually score goals. 26 goals in the Italian Serie A shows that he's actually a player who you can rely on. 23 goals last season, right there at the season before, his first season particularly, right there in Turkey. So again, he's a player who you can look at and say, okay, he has what it takes to actually hit 20 goals. And in a proper, decent team where services, will definitely come, often. Trust me, Osimhen is a man that definitely will drag this Tottenham to a new height.
All right. How would have thought that this will happen, that a new manager will come and they're spending heavily? They bought Tonali, Fernandes, and now they want to go for Victor Osimhen. Is that audacious from Tottenham? Does it mean that Tottenham have plans to challenge for the title next season?
Absolutely, Jerry. If you look at the quality of the players that they are actually bringing, the likes of Tonali, Gomez, Fernandes, it says a lot about the fact that Maddison is also still there. It says a lot about the fact that, De Zerbi emphasized on control. And when a manager's first point of call is to control, it means, it's going to be difficult to actually break down that team, right? And look at the defenders they've been actually acquiring. Also, they're also emphasizing on control. People who can actually play football from the back and all of that. And adding a striker who is hungry like Victor Osimhen, who wants to prove something. That team is going to be very difficult to actually play. The likes of Mamadou Kudus and co will definitely join the team. From long spell of injury. I think this Tottenham side is going to be a side this season that really will cause a lot of trouble. From where I stand, I think they will definitely be making it into the top 5, at least, in the Premier League, if not the top 4. So again, you look at this team and you know that De Zerbi is actually doing something. And again, this is not just about De Zerbi, it's all about, the Tottenham board as a whole. Because when De Zerbi was coming on board, one of the conditions was actually to have to ensure that, they stay afloat. And, his own condition was, I want free hand, and what I want, you have to give me to succeed. And they're actually replicating it because he kept them afloat. So, hey, at this point, it's all about getting the right result and then setting your team up for victory. And I think he's very much in the right trajectory.
All right. It's not only Tottenham that I'm really interested in Victor Osimhen. And we've also heard about Arsenal, the champions of England. Arsenal have been named and they've continued to feature in the Osimhen transfer conversation. Although the latest reports point more strongly towards Tottenham's current pursuit, with Osimhen already established at Galatasaray and contracted after his permanent move from Napoli, any potential deal would require serious financial commitment. And according to the information, they tabled about 30 million and Gyökeres to get him. But Galatasaray said, no, that's still not enough. They don't want Gyökeres. They should pay the whole money, which is £65 million, if they actually want to get the man.
Well, see, the thing is this, right? Gyökeres has, he might not actually have given Arsenal the numbers in terms of, what he actually gave Sporting Lisbon. But I recall the conversation Arteta said he had with Gyökeres before he moved to Arsenal. He said, I'm not looking for a striker that can actually give me, 30 goals, 20 goals. I need a striker that will be there and then, ensure that, my team actually gets the victory, right? So if you're actually looking at, being pressured to give me all of the numbers, then you're not for me. But if you are here to actually win and then, be part of the team, then of course you're welcome. So again, Osimhen is a player that a lot of clubs will definitely want to add to their ranks. Arsenal is a team that I think since Thierry Henry, they've not had, okay, Van Persie, right? They've not had, a striker they can really look at and say, okay, this man's got a fear factor. Gyökeres was supposed to be that person, but I mean, his first season has shown that, he's not that person who you look at and say, okay, they've got Gyökeres. Yes, I mean, he's got quality, but he's yet to actually live up to that expectation that we actually saw him score over 50 goals, all through the season, when he was his last season at Sporting Lisbon. So again, maybe that's exactly why they're actually looking at in the service of Victor Osimhen. I don't see very much, in the shadow, but I'll be surprised if Arsenal actually, after just one season, push out, Victor Gyökeres and then bring in Victor Osimhen. I'll be very quite surprised. But then it's football. We've seen it happen before. So, but I think this is very much, still in the realm of speculation and rumors. If for anything, I think Arsenal would rather even go for Victor Osimhen as well as, Victor Gyökeres. Maybe someone else like Gabriel Jesus might actually definitely will be leaving, and maybe they would also look at, for maybe one of the players that also comes in to actually change the game as the first time, maybe Kai Havertz or Merino. One of them might also be leaving if that will be happening, that they want Victor Osimhen. But I don't think they will be kicking out.
But does it make a whole lot of business sense to keep a Gyökeres and still sign Victor Osimhen? Will Victor Gyökeres be happy to sit on the bench for Victor Osimhen? Will Victor Osimhen be happy to sit on the bench for Gyökeres? And knowing that he was just bought for £65 million?
But again, right, it's up to the coach how he wants to actually set up his team. He might actually also decide to actually play a 4-4-2 formation. I mean, who says he can't, right?
What's going to happen to the likes of Martinelli and
Trossard is gone already.
Zolis.
Martinelli
and Zolis.
Yeah, I mean, see, Jerry, you can actually bring in a player, and then the player might not just, become an instant, star in the season. Arsenal, for example, last season they had Nogard. Nogard only managed to play only seven games, all through the season for Arsenal last season, and he just came in last season. One of the best players for Brentford when he joined, but then he played just only 7 games, and he started just only 1 all through the entire season, right? But they brought him because they expected that he would actually, effect some level of change. But this is what a decent side looks like.
But Nogard's fee doesn't command such kind of attention. We're talking about £65 million here. It's going to be higher than what Victor Gyökeres was actually bought for from Sporting.
But look at Man City also bought Nico Gonzalez, right? They bought him, and then when Rodri came back from injury, he was back on the bench. Look at Zubimendi. Zubimendi also started Arsenal's season. At some point, he was also put back on the bench. Jerry, it's all about competing.
I think about big money moves.
No, Jerry, big money.
Buy a player with such amount, you want to put him on the bench.
Isak, for example, didn't live up to the expectation. If he actually continue,
if he's still available, they will still play.
No, Jerry, if he continue the way he actually did last season, right? And then Liverpool keeps winning with likes of maybe Cody Gakpo or Ekitike in front, he's going to be on the bench. Jack Grealish was bought for £100 million. Just one good season, and the next season was on the bench. See, you are playing for a top team. Yan Diomande is moving to Madrid for over €100 million, right? Or say about €100 million. If he fails to live up to the expectation in the first few months, he's going to be put on the bench. This is exactly what top teams don't tolerate. Top teams want you to be, on the edge every single time. They want the best because they know how competitive their space is. If you say you have, a thick squad, if you say you have a depth, in your team, what will definitely tell that story is what happens when a game is going on and then the next person who is coming in. Is the person going to be someone you look back and say, this one is going out and that one is coming in and it's got quality. That's what brings healthy competition. And healthy competition, brings championship winning side.
Will Victor Osimhen do well in that Arsenal side? Is he going to score lots of goals like you said he's going to do for Tottenham? Or should he just stay in Galatasaray and where he's still a champion? He will be revered, he will be worshipped, and he will still make his own money.
So, Jerry, if you look at what he did with Napoli's side, the way they play, is very similar to how Tottenham play. And then, with what De Zerbi is going to be bringing, I know it's going to be more about control this time around. And I think, Osimhen is going to combine well with the wingers. He did well with the likes of Di Kateri, and of course, not forgetting the man who is doing wonders with
there's also
PSG.
And Mohamed Kudus.
What's this man PSG right now? Kavicha Kvaratskhelia. So yes, if he moves to that particular team, then with the wide men in that particular team, definitely he's going to actually live up to the expectation, right? I mean, that's exactly what we're hoping for. But then, sometimes players will definitely move, change of weather, change of environment, or maybe something else might definitely be the problem why he might not really succeed.
Yeah. You just made a very, very, very vital point there, talking about the wide areas and getting service under Deserbi, because he's going to have Kulusevski, Mohamed Kudus, who are...
Richarlison can also play from the side.
Yeah, who... I don't want to rely on Richarlison because more or less a selfish player, but if you talk about Kulusevski and Kudus, they don't mind servicing you as far as the team wins. Then if you go to Arsenal, Victor Gyökeres had an issue that was actually spotted by the fans last season between him and Saka, not servicing him, and one of the major reasons which was spotted for why he did not get the goals last season. If a Victor Osimhen, who draws a lot of attention, let's not forget, any club he goes to, there's always this vibe about Victor Osimhen. Even from the stands, people are shouting Victor Osimhen. Let's not say, these players sometimes they'll feel jealous. Do you think if Victor Osimhen coming to Arsenal and getting all of the vibe, for instance, coming to Arsenal, would the players like Saka be willing to pass the ball and make sure that Victor Osimhen shines for the team? Because Gyökeres also went through the same thing last season. That's why he didn't get lots of goals.
No, I think the biggest problem with Gyökeres is that Gyökeres came into Arsenal, and maybe it's the coach, but Gyökeres came into Arsenal. He actually was very much around. He was clashing with the midfielders. Most times he actually is not actually staying put right there in the heart of the centre backs, making them feel uncomfortable. He comes to actually join play with the midfielders, and then he is not as quick as returning back like Haaland, right there, where he needs to be. So that's the biggest problem with Gyökeres. So again,
what about the glaring efforts refusing to pass to him to score goals and in last season?
No, see, Jerry, I always say something, right? When we talk about wingers these days, like they are not strikers. Wingers these days is not the winger of the David Beckham, the Luis Figo. Okay. Wingers these days are strikers.
Let me paint a situation.
And
there was a situation. There's a video I saw that they refused to pass to Gyökeres. Eventually, Gyökeres scored, and he refused to celebrate with Saka because he knew that if Saka wasn't willing to pass the ball.
No, Jerry. See, the thing is, as modern day winger, which is very much a striker for me, I don't even call them wingers, anyways. But modern day wingers are strikers, and one of the things strikers are known for is they are selfish. They are very selfish, and it's one of the problems that Vini is having with Kylian or with Real Madrid, right? I mean, they see themselves as equal. I am not going to play behind you, right? Except for people who they feel like, you know what, you are bigger than me, so let me just take the back to like exactly what.
How does Victor Osimhen cope in that situation, going to Arsenal, for instance? If he's going to Arsenal,
I think when you move into a team, a championship winning side like Arsenal, right? They've won the league. You have to show respect to the players. You don't go into that sort of dressing room like a boss. If you go into that sort of dressing room, you're going to run into problems. Okay. That's what it is.
Okay. That means Gyökeres actually went there feeling like, okay, I'm the king.
And I don't know the dynamics of their relationship in the dressing room, right? But you're asking me how should Victor Osimhen actually manage
the pitch? Like they didn't really want him there.
I watched Victor Gyökeres a lot. I think one of the mistakes he made was the way he actually. Like I said, it could be the coach's instruction that he should drop right there, play with the team and all of that. But most times when you really need his presence right there in the heart of the defense, he's not there.
Yeah.
And that alone is a big problem. And if you watch a good number of time for Arsenal, right, you notice that even Kai Havertz, who is not a natural number, understand how to actually move from that particular point to the midfield and back there where he is needed. Gyökeres, most times you see him, instead of staying in the heart of, he drifts to the side, right? Okay. So all of these things, right, is sometimes he actually clash with position play, and there are a lot of times you go back to Arsenal footage, you get to see that Gyökeres, you either see him clashing with Martin Odegaard somewhere, or you see him clashing with what's his name, Trossard, and these things definitely affect how your service. So, but if you keep your presence where it should be, right? I mean, nobody complains about people not passing to Gabriel Jesus because he understands how to be where he should be.
Not about the attention and the vibe. If in case it goes to Arsenal, will the players be comfortable in that?
Attention and vibe.
All the attention.
Saka remains Arsenal star boy. There's no. Except you bring in a Vinicius or maybe you bring in a Kylian or a Haaland. There's no other person that's going to
That's what a lot of people will say. But look at Osimhen. Since he made the move to Napoli, from Napoli to Galatasaray, it's all Victor Osimhen. Is he going to bring some bit of jealousy if that happens at Arsenal? Or even at Tottenham Hotspur?
Jerry, the question, Tottenham maybe, but the question in Arsenal, he can't be bigger than every other player there. It's not possible. It's not bigger than a high.
We've seen Thierry Henry days. He was the big boy in the Arsenal squad. The Van Persie days, and we've seen even Adebayo at some point in time was the star boy in that Arsenal team. So we've even seen a little bit of Aubameyang, even Alexis Sanchez.
Jerry, these names you mentioned, apart from Alexis Sanchez, right? Henry, Adebayo. Okay, Henry also made a name for himself before joining, because of what he did with Monaco. But the likes of the other names you mentioned, these guys are actually virtually players who grew in the Arsenal ranks, right? Even Henry himself, right? Yes, we know that he's also already a World Cup winner before he joined Arsenal and all of that. But Jerry, trust me, he's actually quite different from I mean, let's put it. Let's
establish himself somewhere else, so he's not going to.
Let's put it into context. What has Osimhen won that the Arsenal player has not won? They both won the league.
Okay.
Right. How far has Osimhen taken a team to the Champions League? Whereas Arsenal got into the Champions League.
Is it about Osimhen or the aura he brings?
No.
I'm talking about the aura. I'm not saying that he's going to be like he's a star boy.
Aura from Nigerians?
No, aura from Nigerians and from the fans wanting to inspire him and shout his name, Victor Osimhen. All of that.
He needs to do what I'm saying. No, he needs to do something to end that.
Of course, if Osimhen comes in, he starts scoring goals and getting all the attention. Do you think the Arsenal players will be comfortable with that?
They won't do. No, yeah, of course they will. They want to win.
Okay,
Jerry, they want to win. Who? I mean,
let's wait and see.
No, Jerry, no, definitely.
You think he's not going to have issues with the players being jealous?
Jerry, no. With these guys are professional, right? Osimhen coming into the team, they know he's going to add to them. It is when Osimhen decides to actually see himself. No,
if he does the abdominal look, man.
No. If he sees him, those sort of attitude, right? If he begins to show some certain level of temperament, then the players will now cut service off him. That's where it's going to happen. But if he just go into the dressing room, do his business, I mean, they want him in their team. Right. At some point, Van Persie left Manchester United, Arsenal for Manchester United. Rooney played behind him.
All right, time. Not really our friend. We'll have to wrap it up here. Thanks very much, Ikechukwu. We'll wait to see what happens for Victor Osimhen, if he's making a move to Tottenham or Arsenal. I think now that it's a London rivalry, more like a North London rivalry for Victor Osimhen, I wait to see how that happens. I think Arsenal will not want to lose to a Tottenham side for the service of Victor Osimhen. Imagine Osimhen eventually playing for Tottenham against Arsenal.
I still believe that the Arsenal move is still very much a rumor. I will really look at the Tottenham move as a more concrete.
If you were Arteta, would you do everything to sign an Osimhen to your team than letting him go to Tottenham? I know Ferguson. I know he's a very competitive man. He wouldn't have loved that, let that happen. For a player coming to the Premier League like Victor Osimhen, he will make sure, even though he makes him sit on the bench, he will surely want to have him in this rank so as to make sure that his opponents don't have that quality.
But see, if I were the coach, right, if I'm looking at Victor Osimhen, Arsenal's problem has not been goal scoring. That's exactly why they actually, got Gyökeres. Okay. I told you, I said it before. Arsenal just needs someone's presence. It's a proper striker's presence. So Victor Osimhen coming to Arsenal is going to be plus. Not getting him is not a minus.
All right, it's not getting will not be a minus, but it will be a plus for Tottenham Hotspur. All right, big thanks, Ikechukwu, and big thanks to the guys who made sure the show is great. Talking about the lines of Shegun, Adura, as well as Ikechukwu, not leaving out a Tokwe. My name is Jerry Apelha. I say thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Do stay tuned.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become control strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
What do we want? Na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arikel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Welcome to Romeo.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys, go with your national grid, whatever happens to you, That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar.
Before diving into today's biggest political stories, one question dominates the national conversation. Can Nigeria's opposition unite ahead of 2027? Or will division pave the way for another APC victory? Well, tonight we examine the G100's call for a single opposition candidate, fresh controversy over President Bola Tinubu's academic credentials following renewed claims by Dino Melaya, and the Labour Party's growing confidence as Peter Obi's camp declares that no one will be able to deny him victory at the polls. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Now let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who are broadcasting from by Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter, but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Dele Fanimo, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence as always. Beautiful. Now let's quickly run into it. A coalition of 100 prominent Nigerians, known as the G100, has urged opposition leaders, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, Rabiu Kwakwanso, and others, to put aside personal ambitions and unite behind a single presidential candidate for the 2027 election. In an open letter titled "The Doctrine of a Necessary Democratic Opposition," the group argued that Nigeria's democracy is being weakened by a fragmented opposition and the growing concentration of political power under the APC. The coalition warned that a divided opposition will likely hand President Bola Tinubu another victory and stressed that democracy requires a strong, credible alternative capable of peacefully challenging the government. It announced plans to convene a National Council of Opposition Leaders within 2 weeks to negotiate a common strategy, reaffirm the Ibadan Declaration, and agree on a consensus presidential candidate in the national interest. Dele Fanimo, how do you react to this development? G100, we have moved from G34. You recall the G34, the people that met and said, well, the military, we've had enough of you, now you need to leave. That was what gradually transformed into the People's Democratic Party, into a political association, political party, got registered, and they held power for 16 years. Now we have another one that says, well, G100, and they're saying, opposition, you need to unite if you think or if you need to push away this present government. How do you react to this development?
Well, this position is not new to me. And for those who have been following this station in the last 2 years, I'm sure some of them will recall that I've said this more than 3, 5, 10 times, that the election would have been more interesting if we go on a 2-horse race. But the dynamics of political play that we are witnessing may turn out to be a 3-horse race.
From the way things look now.
At that time.
At that time? Or
yes,
now?
but presently, now it's playing out.
Okay.
It's a 3-horse race today. So the question should have been, okay, can these two fuse together for us to have a 2-horse race?
No, that was my next question. What is the possibility of this happening?
You understand? Now, you see, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I have witnessed elections in this country and I've covered elections in this country for some time now. In my 38 or so years of practicing journalism, either as a reporter, either as a media executive, or either as an observer, you see, I've seen leadership emerging with a very narrow margin, that if election would have been 2-horse race, it could have gone either way.
Okay.
There are governors in this country that I can mention that scored less than 45%
but they became
of the total vote. They became governor because 2 other equally strong political parties and candidates came on, and so the rest 60 or thereabout were shared.
30, 45. Okay, 30-30, probably.
Maybe 30-25.
As a matter of fact, even if you have 30-30 and you have 32, I mean, it's first past the post.
Exactly.
The person who wins the election.
The late Ajimobi didn't score up to 40. And he won election.
Well, the current president didn't score up to that 40 in 2023.
So, that should have been an instructive thing for this opposition, fragmented opposition. But unfortunately, unbridled ambition and the feeling of winner takes all, I don't want to concede to the other person, because that person is not sure of the other person that if he wins election based on coalition, that he would, let me use the word, he will share the spoil of office with him. That the man might decide to shut him out. So they would rather go their separate ways, fight tooth and nail, and if they lose, they lose. You see, the greed of the average politician is like the way the Caribbeans, those who hunt monkeys in the Caribbean, the way they hunt monkeys. You know how they hunt monkeys? They would burrow holes around the god, the Pawan god that we have here.
Okay.
They will perforate holes around it. And you know that the entrance to that god is narrow. So you have to squeeze your hand to get inside. They will now place banana that will be seen by the monkey. And then that god is tied to a tree. The moment the monkey sees that banana, he will lose his senses and then dip his hand straight into the god. But by the time he holds that banana, he already has a different shape that cannot be pulled out. So even when he sees the hunter coming,
he can't run.
He doesn't want to drop that banana.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, ultimately, he will not even partake of the banana and he will still be caught by the hunter. So that is the kind of sub-zero game our politicians play in this part of the world.
Okay, now let's break it down. So the fact is that for the opposition to push out to us, this government, they need to unite.
They have to
now
unite.
The question is, what is the possibility in the dynamics that you see here?
Yes.
We have two other strong candidates. Okay, let's say 3 or 4 other strong candidates. We have Atiku Abubakar of the ADC. We have Peter Obi of the NDC. You have Adewale Adebayo of the SDP. You have Seyi Makinde of the APM. Now you have Omoyele Sowore of the
AAC. No, that is also run.
Okay, and also run. But let's concede without even agreeing. Let's say that we have this other 5.
No, we'll be wasting our time.
We'll be wasting our time. Okay, so we have 4. Okay,
let's
4. So now, what is the possibility of these 4 coming together to say?
No, I see Obasanjo trying to make some moves as usual.
Okay.
Election period, he also want to make some moves so that he's not left in the cold. And he also has a way of reinventing himself to bring himself back to national reckoning.
Okay.
You know, so that is aside. But the point is, when Atiku and Peter Obi met in ADC, I thought it was going to be a rapprochement that would make one out of the two emerge.
Okay.
And I was also thinking that the convention that says South 8, North 8 will prevail and technically give the ticket to P2B as a Southerner.
In the ADC.
In the ADC.
To finish the 8-year term
to
of
finish
the,
the 8-year term of the South.
Okay.
But Atiku being what he is.
What is he?
Atiku is eternally hungry for even just a night.
Okay.
In Nassau Villa.
Just go ahead.
You understand?
Being what he is.
Being what he is. So, and he had already spread his tentacles in ADC that it was almost impracticable for P2B to have that ticket.
Okay.
And to even make the matter worse, there were crises in ADC, that resulted in plethora of litigations. So nobody is sure if that party was going to contest or not. So Obi had to move to NDC with Kwakwanso. Now the way it is Kwakwanso will be struggling for northern vote with Atiku. Obi will be struggling for southern vote with Tinubu. And already Tinubu had made inroad into the north.
Okay. With Shetima
as his vice. So the whole thing shows that at the end of the day, it could be too close to call.
Okay.
But they may likely give it to the ruling government.
Okay, now, in the course of we are interrogating this pressure now and coming from the G100,
yes.
Say, well, you people need to unite to come up with a presidential candidate. This is not the first time. You recall that even when Peter Obi, at the inception of the NDC, I think, yes, there was a meeting held in Ibadan, which they called the Ibadan Declaration. At that point, despite their divisions, they also agreed and put to paper, agreement that, well, we are going to come up with one presidential candidate. And since then, it's been lone voices, One person will just come out like Martin Sonovo the other time said, we are still working on that Ibadan Declaration. And this G100 also made reference to the Ibadan Declaration. Now, in all of this, which of the candidates will likely step down for the other? Let's talk about the big two now, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. Because looks like pressure is on them. And they also do understand that, well, if we have to catch, that booty, which is the office of the presidency, I mean, we need to unite. Because if we go back to 2023, both of us, if you put our votes together, it even surpasses,
of course,
that of the president. So how are they going to work it out? Especially if you think that, like you said, Atiku being who he is, wants to, even if it is for one day, and we hear Peter Obi say, well, this could also be my last chance, my last shot at the presidency.
And you recall that Peter Obi said that he's not just going to contest for presidency for being tagged President Peter Obi, but he's coming to come and revive most of the dead issues that could catapult us from developing to developed nations.
Okay.
But unfortunately, having listened to Peter Obi, having listened to Atiku, why it's not going to work, I see three things.
Okay, number one.
Number one, Atiku will feel that at probably 83, 84, in 2031, when it is the prerogative of the North to choose their candidates, age may not count on the good side with him.
I like the word may. I like the word
yes,
may
not count for him. And by then, if APC clings 2027 election, APC would also prop up somebody from the North.
Probably the vice president.
Maybe Shetima or any other person.
Any other person. Nuhu Ribadu. We have a lot of them that are angling to.
And it will now be a Herculean task for him. So, to that extent, he has a very narrow chance of emerging in 2031.
Okay. And so he thinks that 2027 is his best chance.
Is the best chance for him.
Even when he understands that at that 27 is still turn of the
dicey.
South. Not just dicey, it's still turn of the South.
Yes. But he has rewritten that convention in his own mind.
Okay, he's trying
with his own people, that there was nothing like that anywhere. That it's a function of the political party that you belong to that decides if you are going to concede power to North or South.
A lot of people in the North also say, well, it is the turn of the South. Why don't we just allow... I have heard them say, well, Atiku Abubakar, why don't you just calm down? You can do 2031, but for now, it's the turn of the South. Why don't we just allow the South to serve as its term? Prominent people from the North saying that. And so why is Atiku not taking heed? Is it because of his ambition, like you said, eternally ambitious?
He doesn't want to listen to anything that will make him step down for anybody. That's the irony of it.
Okay, that's
and
number one.
Another thing,
okay.
That's one, Abi,
number
out
one.
of the three. The second one is the quality of people that formed G34. You see the same quality of people that you are having in one G100 today? Obviously, no. These were people that were Spartan in the Second Republic. The likes of Bola Ige, the likes of Oshoba, the likes of Esefe, and some other people in the southeast, northerners, the likes of Balarabe, but the likes of Rimi. Those were the people that formed the G34. And it was not based on partisan lines. But today, what role are you going to give somebody like Amici and the rest of them that people want to kill behind them ordinarily on the basis of principle, on the basis of pedigree? It can't be the same. So, already the G100 would have been divided along party lines before they sit down and discuss. So, there will be mutual suspicion on the table.
Okay, mutual suspicion. Now, to put it clear out there, I mean, key leaders of the G34 were Alex Ekweme, Adamushi Roma, former CBN governor,
Yes.
Solomon La, former governor of Plateau State, Abubakar Rimi, former governor of Kano State, Atiku Abubakar himself,
Yes.
Bola Ige, and Sonda Woniyi. Other notable members were Abubakar Dan Musa, Abubakar Olushola Saraki, Amadu Ali, Aminu Wale, Ango Abdullahi, Audu Obwe, Bamanga Tuku, Barnabas Gamade, Bello Kirfi, Daniel Saro, Garba Nadama, Ishaku Ibrahim, Iya Abubakar, Yochayu, Jerry Gana, Jubril Aminu, Jim Wobudu, Lawa Kaita, Musa Musawa, Sani Zangon Daura, Solomon Kumo, Sule Lamido, Tanko Yakasai, Tommy Kimi, Tony Aneni, Wale Jubril, and Yaya Kwande.
Look at the pedigree. Look at the names you are reeling out. These are people that, during their days, they were not known to jump from one party to the other.
Most of these people are gone.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
So shouldn't we have a new G34? Now we have
like,
an expanded G100.
Now, let me tell you. It's just like you are trying to do a peer review of our days in the university and today. When activism was on the lefty side, that they have where they reside, what propels them. But what do we have today? There is no leaning on campus. The only leaning on campus is cultism. If your cult group takes the day, then you become the champion. Those days, student activism was driven solely by intellectual output. But what do you have today? Even up to when people like Showore were student union leaders, Lanre Arogundade, you could see that, but today, even the convoy of a student union president is even longer than that of VC.
Now, Dele, before you move on, let's also reel out the list of G100. Some of their leaders. Some of their leaders are Salihu Muhammad Lukma, you know him. Honorable Neda Okeje, Professor Anthony Killer. Then you have such figures as Atiku Abubakar again, Peter Obi, David Mark, and Elder Simon Achuba, former deputy governor of Kogi State, Anthony Killer, David Mark, Sheyi Makinde, Rabi Okokwanso, and all of that. So now, shouldn't we also build a new group of eminent Nigerians that could talk to, look at leadership, look at authority, and speak true to that authority, just like G4 members did?
You see, if you look at the G34, it's comprised of politicians and people in business.
These are all politicians too.
But I said, Ishaku Ibrahim was never a politician.
Okay.
He was in business. So it was like This G34, the offshoot of it was the Patriots. Patriots was like a group of people that want Nigeria to change, that wants development in Nigeria without any political leaning.
Okay,
but as at today, the names you are reeling that you are seeing in G100 are people from NDC, APC, ADC, SDP.
Well, Anthony Killer is not partisan. Professor Killer, at least that one is not partisan.
That's when you have not interrogated him deeply.
Okay. At least he has not been. He has not shown
partisanship. But what I'm saying is, even 100 is too much. How do you manage 100?
Okay, they say they are going to call for a convention.
How do you manage 100 people with divergent political leaning? How are you going to manage them? If you come to the table and you are looking at NDC led by Peter Obi, and you have the likes of David Mark, you have the likes of Amici, you think they will concede just like that? To say NDC should go with...
talking about conceding now, let's break it down further. Between these two people, Atiku Abubakar has served as vice president before. And in fact, the constitution bars him from serving as vice president again. So automatically...
He has been sworn in twice.
He's been sworn in twice. Following the amendment that was made in 2018. He's been sworn in twice. And so now, Peter Obi... And now people are saying, well, Atiku, if you have served as vice president before, why don't you just support a younger person? And so we are still trying to find out how easy it will be for this group to come up with a sole presidential candidate. I go back to that question. In practical terms, do you think it is possible?
It is not possible.
It is not possible.
It is not possible because already the jury is divided. There is no way Amici, David Mark, will sit down with Atiku and Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, and some other people in NDC. They will now sit back and say, who is that person that's going to be the arrowhead of this group that they can listen to? Then now say, okay, because of this and this and this and this, Atiku, Amici, drop your ambition. Let Peter Obi and his vice be on the race. Or Peter Obi, who knows that after 2027, if he's coming out in 2031, he's just wasting his resources.
Okay.
We now say, Peter Obi, stay back, let Atiku go. Automatically, his political ambition is dead.
Okay, from your position, this is not likely to happen.
It's not going to
anyway, let's see how it works out with them. Let's move on. Now, Senator Ojo Okalo, my former governor, you know him, Senator representing Abia North. OUK, Senator representing me in the Senate as well, defended the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, CBC, and saying the bishops will always give President Bola Tinubu honest assessments of the country's situation rather than shield him from realities facing ordinary Nigerians. At least we see someone in the APC saying, well, there are realities facing Nigerians. Reacting to the recent meeting between the president and Catholic bishops, Kalu said their interventions are independent, well-intentioned, and aimed at promoting the nation's welfare rather than criticizing any administration. He acknowledged the economic hardship facing Nigerians, noting that Tinubu inherited many of the country's challenges and urged the government to consider the bishop's advice in shaping policies. Kalu also dismissed suggestions of a rift between the presidency and the bishops, describing different opinions as healthy for governance, while clarifying that Cardinal John Onayekon is not even the president of CBCN. Ojo Kalu said a lot in just a space of 3 minutes. Let's just listen to him, and so that you can make an informed analysis of his position.
I will start with the Catholic bishop. To me, the Catholic bishops are conscious of the country, and once they give advice, their advice is not for or against. Their advice is just for any sitting president, any sitting leader to see things the way it should be. There's difficulty in Nigeria, there's no doubt, and it's not the fault of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we have been able to capture the microeconomy and Micro is what we are having problems, as I've always told people. So there's nothing new about the Catholic bishops visiting their clergymen with their conscience on what they speak, on what they say. And I support the visit of the Catholic bishops. It promotes the president to work harder, because the Catholic bishops are just telling him the day it is. Even if we politicians can lie to him and say things are good everywhere, the Catholic bishop can never say that. And that is why they are Catholic bishops. And I want to correct one thing. Cardinal Daika is not the president of Catholic bishops conference, and people are making mistake on that. So I believe whatever is this agreement between the Catholic bishops and the people speaking for the president is nothing.
All right, and there you have it. That is Senator OUK telling Nigerians, well, that the Catholic bishops will naturally, conventionally tell the president the truth, that they are not politicians who will try to hide anything from the president. Now, Dele, this is the lone voice. This looks like the lone voice in the APC, who seems to admit that, well, that there's a reality facing Nigerians. But he did also say, well, the president has been able to, or we as a party have been able to capture the macroeconomics. What we are looking at is to let it trickle down, in the microeconomy so that it will affect the people. How do you react to this comment from an APC senator?
You see, he just amplifying the reality on ground. And I'm also one that will not shy away from saying that the optics in the macro economy is good, and we are seeing it. But it's becoming an endless wait for it to translate to micro level. And so whatever the bishops are saying is in tandem with reality on ground. And it affects you and I and every other person. Even the so-called rich, they are also crying, because for me, at some point before 2023, conveniently, I can buy a full tank and roll over, go on unnecessary visits to places. But today, as a matter of fact, I thought it was only me, but I later got to realize that it was almost everybody that drives a car now. You watch your gauge, fuel gauge, than the road ahead of you sometimes, that you can get distracted. Because it's like, if you have a way, you can stop the thing from moving, so that maybe there could be a miracle from somebody that will stop it from moving, but it doesn't happen. So we are in it together, and we know that it is a reality that Nigerians are not having it good up till now, and that we can only hope that it will trickle from macro to micro. Now, that said, another thing I want to, like you mentioned briefly there, and it struck me. Onayekon shouldn't have been the person to lead this Catholic priests.
Does it matter who led it?
It matters.
How? To what?
This same Onayekon was the one that said he saw Yaradua alive, even when Yaradua was dead. Have you forgotten? That a reporter started chasing him from the venue of the interview. He ran inside when the questions were too hot for him.
Okay.
He lied on national television. Onayekon. He lied. So if they knew the role he played at that time, perhaps he would not be the right choice to lead those Catholic priests to Aso Rock.
Okay. So
I am not saying the message is not right.
Okay, you are looking at the
I'm
messenger.
looking at the messenger, but he is not the right person. And Oji Sokalu said it, that they should not mix it to, that is not the head of
the important thing is that the important thing is that he was a member of the entourage. I think why he's been seen,
it would have been nice if he subsumed among the cardinals and
no,
bishops.
he was, as a matter of fact. I think what is raising why the people are responding to him.
Maybe he was interviewed on the sideline
he was interviewed,
on the
after
sideline
that meeting, and he said all that he said.
Oh, okay.
And not that he was the one that led the
I thought
delegation.
he led the delegation.
Now, talking about the event itself, how do you sum up the president's response to the bishops, where he said, well, there was hunger in Nigeria even before I was born? How do you react to that comment coming from the president?
Well, for me,
because that is what Nigerians are holding on to. Mr. President, we called you, we elected you.
He was elected to right all these wrongs.
Yes, and so
it is not in his place to still put it before us that there has been hunger. If there was no hunger, there wouldn't have been any reason for us to change presidents.
It's like, I mean, you employ a manager in your establishment, and the manager tells you, well, CEO, the problems have always been there even before I came. So
why are you there? You are supposed to solve the problems. So for me, I think the president shouldn't have said that. Yes, there is no El Dorado anywhere. We still have slums in America. We have in Europe. We have in Asia. In fact, it's more in the Asia. But then there is conscious effort to bring more people out of poverty.
Okay.
It would have been pleasing and soothing if the president says, yes, I appreciate the fact that Nigerians are going through this pain, but this pain is necessary for us to move from what we are doing now to the next level. So as much as I know that this pain, I appreciate your commitment and your patriotism. For us to get to the next level, I think we need to endure this time.
Now, the president's handlers are not sounding like you. They are defending and rationalizing what the president said. Daniel Abuala says, well, Onayekan spoke for Catholics. Spoke for Catholics and not for Christians and not for Nigerians.
He's not a Nigerian. Onayekan is a Nigerian. If it had been Pope coming to Nigeria to talk about our problem in Nigeria, you can isolate him and say, well, maybe he's coming from America and he's based in Italy now, so he may not really appreciate what is going on. But Onayekan, to my own knowledge, had been in Nigeria, and I think he should be in his 80s now.
Yes, he should be in his 80s.
You know, so he has seen it all, and he can tell you what happened in the late 60s, early 70s, late 70s, up until now. So he can have basis of comparison, you know. So to me, the president should have been more charitable in his response. To
now, as a fallout of that, article has said, well, the president should apologize to the bishops and to Catholics. Why are they reducing it to Catholics, bishops, and Christians? That's the worry. Some people, I mean, it's concerning even to me here. I mean, somebody spoke on behalf of Nigerians, and you are saying you should apologize to him and to Catholics. Why are you isolating the whole of Nigerians? I know you are not Catholic. I know a lot of people that are not Catholic who are also under this hardship. And so why is Atiku and Boala reducing this thing to looking as if, well, the bishops went there to speak for only the Catholics?
Politicians will always be politicians. They take any minute or strain of divergence, opinion, and issues. They take it to the altar of politics, and they want to outdo themselves. For me, I don't really feel that we should dwell much on Boala and Atiku. I think the more important thing is we have present issues, particularly the economy.
Okay.
And Nigerians want a change.
A change, at least.
And if that change must come, it should come now. Nigeria cannot wait endlessly. We want to buy things the way we used to buy. We want to have a feel of our own wealth, which is the oil and some other.
All right, now
resources.
Talking about the change that we desire, we want the economy to change. Nigeria and also, well, if this party cannot solve the problem, why don't we just get another party to help us solve the problem? Let's talk about politics in 2027. Former Kogi State West Governor, that's talking about Dino Meleya, has claimed that President Bola Tinubu, former senator.
You said governor.
Oh, sorry about that. Now, former Kogi West Senator Dino Meleya has claimed that President Bola Tinubu did not submit primary or secondary school certificates to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In a post on his X handle, Meleya questioned how Tinubu gained admission to a foreign university without those records, describing the situation as suspicious. The issue of Tinubu's academic credentials, which was widely debated during the 2023 presidential election, have resurfaced ahead of the 2027 elections. Well, Tinubu, who won the 2023 presidential election after defeating Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, is expected to contest again in 2027. There's more like a post of where Deno Melaye, I don't know where he got that from. I'd like the back end to put it up so that we can see it, where the president submitted in his form where he checked, primary school 00, secondary school 00, then BSc, CSU University. I'd like for the back end to put it up so that you see it and so that you make an informed analysis of this. Well, while we are waiting for the back end to put it up, I mean, how can you go to university without school certificate? I mean, you went to university, I went to university, and in filling our JAM forms, we had to, even your JAM form, and when you get the admission, you go to records, the faculty registry and all of that, you submit your school certificate for verification and all of that. How is it possible that the president went to university without primary education, university education? Or did he just omit it because he didn't want to?
From my own assessment and understanding, it's not Tinubu alone that omitted school cert.
Okay.
I think Atiku didn't mention. Peter Obi didn't mention.
Peter Obi mentioned.
Peter Obi mentioned.
Showore didn't mention. But Nigerians are particular about the president.
Yes.
He is their president.
What I'm saying is, I don't know the dictates of the Electoral Act as to that, but I know that maybe it is taken for granted that you need your highest qualification is what to put up. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
You're not
because
sure.
If it was not possible to do that, somebody like Showore, being what he is, he would have put his secondary school. He would probably, even if he has the space, he could put his primary school and then the university he attended. Now, everybody knows that.
Now, the worry Nigerians have is that the president had previously put up these things in INEC forms. I mean, he was senator in 1992, he was governor in 1999, again in 2003 he was governor, and he put up all of these things. So Nigerians are asking, if you look at the screen carefully, you see it, Nigerians are asking, what happened? Why didn't he put it up? Like you said, where you can't speak for him, as a matter of fact. But there's another angle to it. Before now, people have said Atiku Abubakar and Omoyele Sowore could surreptitiously be working for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And now, if this is an issue that confronts Tinubu, how come Omoyele Sowore and Atiku Abubakar didn't add their own? More like creating an alibi, more like for the president. And so if you are questioning the president and asking INEC to drop him, will you also ask INEC to drop Showore? Will you ask INEC to drop Atiku Abubakar? So is there a nexus in that conspiracy theory that these two people might be working for the president?
You see, nothing is beneath a politician. There is nothing you want to think about that is beyond what a politician can do. Adedibu in his lifetime said, one of the virtues, quote and unquote, of a politician is ability to lie and meander through lies. The second one is ability to betray and stand by it. Then the third one, which is not relevant in this case, is that you should be able to gather millions. That time, billions was not in the vogue.
Yes.
That you can.
Like it is now.
And it is now. That you should be able to gather like 500 million naira, put petrol and ignite it without batting an eyelid. Those are the three major virtues, quote and unquote, for a politician. So if we have that when Adedibu was alive, what does that tell you? It tells you that nothing is beyond and nothing is beneath a politician. So somebody might be working. When last did you hear of Aregbesola trolling Tinubu?
It's been a long time.
So that should be instructive.
That should be instructive. Now, let's move on. Now, Chief Dan Olase, Special Advisor on Campaign to Labour Party Presidential Hope for Peter Obi, we are still talking about 2027, said he is confident Obi will win the 2027 presidential election. Politicians, incurable optimists.
Yeah.
While speaking at a burial ceremony in Nnewi, Anambra State, Olase claimed that no one will be able to rig Obi out of victory and said his team has measures in place to protect the electoral process. Olasi criticized the current leadership, blaming Nigeria's challenges on poor governance and misuse of public resources. He expressed optimism that Obi will improve the country's economy and governance if elected. He is confident that Obi will win. How do you react to that? I think I already helped you answer the question. Politicians are incurable
optimists. You see, like they say, 24 hours is too long a day in politics. I've seen a politician coasting home until the last minute, but they had gone to thank these godfathers in victory only for the last minute. The last local government, the last word in that local government, when the result came, it negated everything that was in the books and upset the whole thing, and the other person won.
More like what happened in 2015.
Exactly.
It took one result.
One result to negate whatever victory you want to hold on to. Even Ajimobi, for his victory in the second term, where he was residing in Ibadan, Oluyole, the result came 2 days after election. Whereas the far-flung Igbeti, the result came the following day. And so, it was looking like Ajimobi was losing. But by the time they brought Oluyole vote,
it cancelled out
everything.
Exactly the point. Now,
so it may not be, yes, it's the wish of that man.
Okay.
And it's also the wish of Obi. It's also the wish of Atiku. And it's also the wish of Tinubu. So let's keep our fingers. Yes.
As we are keeping our fingers crossed, let's interrogate one thing. Olasi said, we won't let anyone rig out Obi in 2027. Is it possible to stop rigging nationwide? Realistically, you have covered elections, you have been an observer for a very long time. Is it possible to do away with rigging presently, especially in 2027?
You see, one thing is, elections are rigged across party lines.
Okay.
Let's take that.
So it depends on who is able to
rig the other. Then, if you are talking about ballot rigging, that is going to happen on the day of election. But there are some processes that would have been rigged before the D-Day. So, which one are we going to address now? Is it the D-Day rigging or
the upfront
pre-election rigging?
Let's have your concluding thoughts. We're out of time.
Well, I wish these politicians well, and we should also make sure that we eschew violence as we coast on to the D-Day of flagging of campaigns. It's going to happen on 19th for the presidential, and I think towards the end of the month for the National Assembly. No,
for the
governorship and state assemblies.
And all that.
So what we need is, like Jonathan said the life of a Nigerian is too precious to be slaughtered on the altar of elections. So let's have that at the back of our mind and let's play it safe.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo. This would be a good place to anchor this conversation. I've been speaking with Dele Fanimo, citizen reporter who appeared here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. I appreciate your time and I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemduto. Enjoy the rest of your evening and bye for now.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. polarized vertical, frequency 2 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobyte per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so n'ekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, political activities ahead of the 2027 elections gather momentum as fresh assessment of President Bola Tinubu's administration dominates national conversation. Media entrepreneur Dele Momodu challenges the president to campaign on his record in office, while SDP presidential candidate Adewale Adebayo insists the administration has already lost public confidence. Also tonight, The war of words between the ruling APC and the African Democratic Congress intensifies, with the ADC insisting Nigerians, not political endorsement or influential personalities, will determine the outcome of the 2027 presidential election, while urging the federal government to focus on tackling insecurity and poverty rather than opposition politics. We would also examine the renewed debate over the impact of fuel subsidy removal. The presidency rules out benefits of removal of subsidy. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar disputes the government's figures and questions whether the promised economic gains have truly materialized. And finally, the controversy surrounding the Presidential Fiscal and Infrastructure Projects Commission, PFIPC, takes another turn as its embattled Director General Adeni Adeyemi claims he's been unfairly singled out and seeks permission to appear before the House of Representatives investigative panel to defend himself. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The race towards the 2027 elections continues to gather momentum, with fresh political statements placing the Tinubu administration under renewed scrutiny. Media entrepreneur and politician Dele Momodu has challenged President Bola Tinubu to make his performance in office the centerpiece of any re-election campaign. According to Momodu, Nigerians should evaluate the administration based on his achievements and allow that record, not political rhetoric, to determine the outcome of the next election. The criticism comes as the Social Democratic Party's presidential candidate, Adewale Adebayo, argues that the Tinubu administration has already lost public confidence. Speaking during a televised interview, Adebayo described the government as an outgoing administration, insisting that widespread economic hardship has weakened its political standing ahead of 2027. However, leaders within the ruling All Progressive Congress continue to project confidence. Deputy Senate Chief Whip Onyekachi Nwabonyi backed earlier comments by Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, insisting that President Tinubu enjoys broad support among the Igbo electorate and remains well-positioned in the southeast. Adding another perspective, Senator Orji Uzokalo urged the president to pay close attention to recent observations made by the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. describing the bishops as the moral conscience of the nation whose advice should not be ignored. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Fimba Ajego. He is a chairman of the Safety Engineers Anambra State and a member Anambra State Anti-Corruption Strategy. He's also a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Fimba.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you. Okay, let me start with you, Fimba. Political conversations are increasingly shifting from campaign promises to performance. And Dele Momodu has challenged the president to present his scorecard, while Adewale Adebayo has argued that the administration has already defeated itself. What do you make of all of this? Really?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I want to let you know that, of course, a figure, a stakeholder like Dele Momodu, who has been with Bola Tinubu over the years, you know, prior to him being the governor of Lagos State, he has known Dele Momodu very well, and of course, a very charismatic friend of his. And for a friend who is very much desirous of democracy to prevail and for good governance to prevail, I believe back then when they were very young friends, he did not, he wouldn't have thought that he could have been president today, or even Dele Momodu wouldn't have thought that his friend Tinubu would have been president. But however it is, fast forward to this very moment, it has turned that it has favored Tinubu that he has become a president. So it is only fair that he presents a very fair and firm scorecard that shows that sincerely he has delivered the good dividends of democracy. Because I would only assume that back then they would have wished that they could lead this country and lead the country in the right direction. They may have also betted in that direction that yes, let's take a bet. If I'm opportune to lead this country, in the near future, I will deliver the best kind of leadership. I will promise this and that. Now he's at the ends of affairs and he's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's only fair that his good friend and his longtime friend, Dele Momodu, tells him what is fair and right, what is just and what is sincere. That yes, give us your scorecard. Let us see how much you have performed. It is very right. If you believe you have performed and the people should choose you freely, credibly, and then you are sure of that, just let the game be very fair, and then the people will re-elect you. You don't have to overwhelm in any kind of direction, or knowing fully well that all the arms at your disposal. You don't have to take advantage of them all. You just have to be fair and make sure that a free, fair, and credible elections take place. If the people, over 200 million Nigerians, are there that yes, you can come back and lead us because you have led us right. Give us your scorecard. Let us see what you have performed. Perhaps we don't understand what you have been doing behind the scene. Let us see what you tell us you have done, and then with that, many of us can be wooed over to perhaps vote for you, and then also campaign for your re-election. It is only fair that Dele Momodu, among so many other millions of Nigerians, will be requesting for this. I think many of us should join hands, and his friends, very well-meaning friends of his who have been there with him in the past, if they are very sincere and credible, and they want a good democracy and dividends for themselves and for the children, they should only also join Dele Momodu and request that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu show us his scorecard.
Okay, thank you very much, Fimba. Let me come to you, Dr. Anosike. You know, when you look at this administration, it seems that they get to say opposite of the realities of Nigerians. Just today, the Vice President, Shetima, actually said that that the president, when it comes to reforms, the president deserves commendations and not condemnation. But they keep talking about improvement in macroeconomic indicators and all of that. But still, many Nigerians still complain about the high cost of living. When you put this side to side, how can voters reconcile this seemingly conflict realities. We know what we're facing, but we see the government giving us something opposite.
The issue is this. The bubble that Nigerians are living in is different from the bubble that the presidency is living in. So we are not really living in the same world. Understand? So they don't see what we see and they don't feel what we feel. An instance, if you meet President Tinubu today and tell him that Nigerians are living in darkness because of epileptic power supply, he will tell you that it is not true. Because where he is living, he has 24 hours power supply. Understand me? So he doesn't see what you are seeing. He doesn't feel what you are feeling. If you meet Tinubu today and tell him that that the fuel is sitting at 1,400, he will tell you that it is on die because he doesn't buy fuel. Understand me? He is just like a newborn baby that everything is being given free. Understand me? So that's why he can argue and argue and argue. So he's not, just as we know, he surrounded himself with a sycophants who are not telling him how things are. So with it, you will know that he will never accept responsibility for anything. He will never accept responsibility for anything. He will tell you that he has defeated Boko Haram, ISWAP, that the economy is doing well, because that's what those around him is telling him. Remember what Bayo Nanoga said one time ago, that he asked those working under him how the economy is doing, and they told him that it is doing very, very okay. Understand me? That it is doing very, very okay. Then on the issue of a scorecard, you cannot expect somebody who did not present the first fundamental thing that qualifies you to run an election, which is your certificate. Understand? If I cannot give you my personal information, how do you expect me to give you my scorecard in the office? Understand? So the issue is this. Then Mahmoud was very, very right. But the truth is that there's no scorecard anywhere to be presented. Understand me? There's no scorecard anywhere to be presented. The commissioner in Delta State wanted to present a fake scorecard, and they dealt with him. Understand me? So that's a typical example if Tinubu has any scorecard that to present. Because the guy said that Tinubu is the best president ever had. And the APC youth that were there moved against him and beat all the hell out of him. Understand? So he has no scorecard to present except propaganda.
He has no scorecard to present except propaganda. But let's look at it. The Catholic bishops went to visit. You talked about the fact that people who are surrounded, who is surrounded with, many times seems like they don't tell him the truth. And
it is deliberate.
Okay.
It is deliberate. Even when he was governor of Lagos State here, he surrounded himself with praise singers. Understand? Jagaban, that's Ashawaju, understand me? So it is the same set of people that he carried to Abuja. And they are doing all the same thing.
Okay, well, you said it's deliberate on his own part, right?
It is deliberate.
On his own part. Okay, but I was trying to say that, like you said, that he surrounds himself with those people. And not just Okalo, the Catholic bishops actually went to visit him, and it looks like they told him what he didn't want to hear. And
That's the thing.
we saw
So
how he defended.
It is an opposite of what he surrounded him was telling him.
Yeah.
Understand? It is the opposite of what he was hearing from his SAs, from his advisors. Understand me? So that's why he was arguing with them.
Okay, but why you even look at it really? For some, if I wanted to say if the president is doing right, he should actually listen to these people, and that is what Jesus is trying to say here. That the Catholic bishops they are actually speaking the heart of Nigerians, of many Nigerians, but it looks like the president doesn't want to hear from them. But let me come to you, Fimba. When you look at, looking at this visit by the Catholic bishops, how much role do you think our religious body have really done in ensuring that they make this government accountable?
Okay, very frankly, you see, it's a duty, it's a responsibility by those members of the public under having responsibilities such as the Catholic Bishops' Conference. They have a responsibility to their flock. Okay, they are the shepherds, and they have a good population, whom, of course, that listens to them. They want to ensure that according to standards of the best things that democracy can deliver to the citizenry, to patriotic citizens, is good governance. And insecurity has overwhelmed the country over the months, over the years. They were really hoping and optimistic that at some point, I perhaps think, at some point, that there will be a stop to this gross insecurity which they've been experiencing. And then, unfortunately, it did not come to that point. So they are also hoping that at this point in time, the entire nation, which is looking out for security, looking out for good governance, looking out for quality education, looking out for subsidy in various quarters in terms of items that are domestic, such as cooking gas, such as kerosene, such as diesel, they don't find. So it's unfortunate that the presidency under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has failed. So they were hoping that at some point there will be some difference. And since these differences did not come forward, they now thought it very wise that at this point in time, Mr. President, we have come, however it is, to let you know how our community, which is the Catholic Conference of Bishops and their flocks, how they feel. They feel the pulse. So they have come to represent a people. And then they have come to see the president directly to tell him how they feel. Regardless of what the sycophants around him are telling him, these people that are the Catholic Bishops' Conference, they represent a direct and very influential group of people, the Catholic group. And you know the population they carry. However it is, if they represent such population and the president has not listened to what they are presented forward, it's unfortunate that the presidency and the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be disappointed. He presented a number of things which was probably not apparently what is really on ground. He was presenting what is apparently and what the bishops know, of course, is not available on ground. It's unfortunate that he has nothing to present. Like my colleague said, he has no scorecard to present. It is a very good point that the bishops have come to, for in my place, there's what they call Ijido for. You have come to have to pay honor to whom honor is due, and unfortunately, he has nothing very much tangible to present to you. So you are going back to tell your sheep that, look, this man is of course you all have heard from him, and we think we have to take our PVC and do what is needful. So it is a very good one that they did to make sure that the presidency has seen that with the little effort which they have made to ensure that he has a consideration, and maybe in a few months before the election, he can perform some miracle so that the people, they turn around in the way of life, they turn around in the insecurity, they turn around in the poverty that has been striking everybody, they turn around in their livelihood, they turn around an improvement in all these facets of patriotic citizens of Nigeria. But I hope he has a listening ear, and that the time they spend together with the bishop will be very yielding. Else, in the coming months, he lives a lot at his peril.
Okay, but do you really think that there could be a turnaround, really? You said maybe probably the president would do a miracle and ensure some turnaround and see some turnarounds are put in place. But do you really think that would actually happen? And if that would happen, do you think that would actually sway Nigerians to believe that this government is doing better than it has done for the past 3 years?
I'm a believer and I'm very optimistic. You see, there's what they call miracle. It's there in the dictionary. Anything can happen within the next few months. And of course, we look forward to seeing if the president can perform some kind of magic. Many people might be very much pessimistic and doubt very much. But I'm still an optimist. However it is, the opportunity was given to him and he still has some time running. The clock is ticking and the time is not yet up. Until the clock ticks and his time is up, he has nothing more to offer.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to you, Dr. Nosike. He said there could be a magic that could be performed. But let's look, I know you have to say to that, but before you say that, let's look at this issue, still on the Catholic Bishop's visit. John Onoyekon has actually come out, he actually did an interview and he spoke, and this has actually generated reactions. And Daniel Bwala, like the presidency would always do, they always have a way to react to criticisms done by anybody against the administration. He's actually saying that comments by the cardinal and former Catholic Archbishop about the fact that the president seemed to be bent on winning 2027 elections by all means, rather than improving the welfare of Nigeria. And Daniel Bwala is saying that this is more political than spiritual. What do you make of this criticism? And you can also say what you want to say about the magic that the president will perform before 2027.
The issue is this. You stay there 3 years and 6 months in the office, sleeping. 6 months to the election, you wake up, you flood everywhere with rice. Understand me? Price of rice come down to 30,000 naira, and you believe that this government is good. Understand me? You believe that this government, that is the kind of magic that can be done. But they have told you that they are going to remove subsidy that's on electricity by next year. Imagine how today the bill I pay that's in a year is more than my house rent. Understand? That's in electricity. So when they remove subsidy, what in electricity, what happened to fuel will happen in electricity. What happened to fuel will happen in electricity. So this is a warning to Nigerians. Understand me? This is a warning to Nigerians that if I continue in office, you are going to suffer 10 times. So he has given Nigerians opportunity to make their choice. I've told you what I'm going to do. It is continuation of a suffering. It is continuation of a suffering. And for Cardinal played a very smart game. He knows Tinubu very well. He knows all those people around him very well. If he has not gone for this TV interview, tomorrow you have heard Catholic bishops endorse Bonaventure Tinubu. Understand me? You have heard Catholic bishop endorse Bonaventure Tinubu. So what he did is to rush to the media to counter whatever they will be coming up with. And who caused this back and forth? It is Bonaventure Tinubu. After talking to him, the Catholic bishops are nearer to the people than Tinubu to the people. They preside over masses, over churches that ordinary Nigerians go to. Understand me? Even if pastors are sincere to themselves, they should know that offerings have gone down. Tithes has gone down, which is evidence of bad economy. They know that offerings has gone down. Tithes has gone down because the economy is not smiling. So now they came and presented to you the situation, understand me, that the economy is not doing well. What Tinubu should have done is, okay, I have heard you, I will look into it. If Tinubu has said that, this back and forth will not have continued. But he made mistake by starting to argue with them. Understand? argue with them over what is obvious. Understand? And I'm seeing the stupid things that the APC supporters are doing on social media. They will get a picture of Peter Obi and on the shoulder of Cardinal that's Onaiko. Understand me? Which means it's Peter Obi that send them. Can you imagine that kind of stupid thing? So the truth is that in the area of insecurity, Tinubu did not score even up to 10%. In the area of economy, he did not score up to 10%. In the area of infrastructure, he did not score up to 10%. Understand? He did not score up to 10%. And this is what these people have gone to tell him. And these are the people that doesn't receive Ghana must go filled with money. Understand me? You cannot bribe them. Understand? They don't even have any need for their money. They don't have children. Understand me? They don't have children. These are Catholic priests. Understand? Or they are being paid that's from Rome. And so it is not the kind of people that APC would say, that the president would say, take and go. So, and that's why immediately after that, Onaiko went to the TV station to grant an interview. This is what we discussed. Understand? To shut them off from whatever they want to say.
Okay. Well, let's look at, while once a part of, let's say a part or a party is criticizing the government, there's another part which, like you said, the people he surrounds himself with seems to be supporting him. Senator Nyekachi Nwaboyi has insisted that the Southeast supports President Tinubu. He's arguing that the region remains, while others actually argue that the region remains politically divided. So I'm going to come to you first, Fimba. I don't know which side of the pendulum you swing to. Do you think that the Southeast actually supports President Tinubu? The other day, what's his name? Governor Uzodimma actually said that all the 5 governors are in support of the president. And we saw how Alex Oti came out to say, I'm not part of those supporting the president. Please speak for yourself alone. So I don't know which side of the pendulum you swing. Do you think that the Igbos, the Southeast in whole, is supporting the president?
Very frankly, I will tell you very frankly, it's a resounding no. Okay? Between 1 and 100, you will have 95, 97% who certainly will not want to support perhaps somebody else, but not President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the coming elections. You can see the last elections that held 2023. Of course, all of us know what the outcomes are. The entire South is put together. We saw what the outcomes are. And this time it's going to be overwhelming. It's going to be even much more than that. Because with the recent statements which Hope Uzodimma is doing, he's only an APC stalwart, and he's also trying to also be buying favors from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, him, his family, and his all other cohorts and partners and friends. It's going to be very difficult for the entire Southeast to tell you that they were supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then Hope Uzodimma is coming as the figurehead. You will see also what Governor Chioma Oti just came to do very clearly. He made him know that, yes, whatever you may have received in your pocket, that is for your own pocket. You can't come and stand as a governor and tell the entire Southeast that they are going to be supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How many enterprises from the Southeast and other businesses that have been affected? Grossly many business, manufacturing, construction, importing and exporting businesses have been grossly affected because of the activities of the current president and his cohorts. I'm telling you very sincerely, he'll be surprised at the outcome that is coming in 2027. If he does not perform something very unusual in the coming months, which of course many of us will be doubting, well, it's going to be very, very sad that what the outcome is going to be. The entire Southeast and the 5 states, the governors are all there watching, and they know that they all have one vote individually. And the Southeast is not a group of people where you can just cajole them with bags of rice, some 5,000 or 10,000 naira, or however the funds they are planning to share might be, even 50,000, and you share 50,000 and you think that people will just sway and then start voting you in. Oh, you'll be disappointed. Southeasterners are a very enterprising group of people, very intelligent sort of people. They know what they want. And if you don't give them good governance and security of lives and properties and the opportunities where they can thrive, I'm telling you, you'll be terribly disappointed at the elections that is coming up. So Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all these cohorts should understand that Hope Uzodinma is speaking for himself alone. Even the governors who perhaps will be supporting him, some other governors in the southeast may be willing to support him, but they all have individual, say one vote. If you come across the feelers in the streets of the entire southeast communities and states and capitals, you will know that sincerely a good number of people are not happy with the present government and they look forward to the elections so that they can express their bitterness.
Okay, thank you very much. So, okay, before we move away from this particular conversation, for you, how significant will the Southeast be determining the outcome of the presidential election?
The issue is one, in philosophy, there's what is known as inductive that's inference. Understand? I'm from the southeast. Fimba is from the southeast. He's from he
lives in Anambra
He is
State.
in Oka.
Okay.
And we are not supporting P2. We are not supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Understand me? So where was that agreement done? Let's all just start with ourselves. Understand me? Let's all just start with ourselves. Understand? I'm from the southeast. Fimba is from the southeast. Understand? So who are those southeasterners supporting Tinubu? So the issue is this: Igbos are Republican in nature. Understand? That's what every Igbo man would ask you: are you feeding me? Understand me? Are you feeding me? So I'm from Abia State, and Exoti is doing very, very well, but he has no control over my vote. He cannot tell me who to vote for. Understand? So the governors are speaking their personal opinion. Hope Uzodinma want to be Senate president. Understand? So, and he can only be that Senate president if Tinubu wins. Understand me? So he will be ready to say anything. Understand? To do anything that to make sure that Tinubu wins. So these are just a personal agenda, personal opinion, and understand. So no, Ojukwu is no more. Zik is no more. Understand me? So whoever is talking about the Southeast, you cannot rule Southeasterners. Understand me? You cannot rule Southeasterners. You can only lead Southeasterners. But to lead them, it must be in truth, in sincerity. Understand me? We don't have this sheep culture. If where one sheep moves, every other sheep goes there. Understand me? That's not our culture. And we are hardworking. We are feeding ourselves. We are not the type of people that every morning one man will just put a drum of tuwo shinkafa. People will lie with their bowl and you'll be giving them food. So once you can do that, you can tell them what to do. Igbos every morning will begin to go our own ways. And that's how we also do with our votes. So nobody can say Southeast. It doesn't work.
Okay, nobody can speak for the Southeast.
No.
That's what the Ghana
Ojukwu is not there anymore.
Okay, do you think Ojukwu would have actually spoken for the Southeast?
He's our leader. He took risk for us. Understand me?
Okay.
He's our leader. He took risk for us. He used his father's wealth to fight for us, to liberate us from the hatred of the Nigerian state. Understand me? So with that, you can say, I can show appreciation.
Okay.
Understand me? But what has Hope Ozadema done for the Igbos? What has Chukwuma Soludo? What has what is his name? Dave Omahi. Understand me? So whoever is talking about Southeast is just being a deceptive.
Oh, okay. Let's move on. Still a bit about the president, really, and the administration. The African Democratic Congress is intensifying its criticism of the ruling party as political alignments continue ahead of the next election. The party has dismissed suggestions that endorsements from influential political figures or former leaders will determine the outcome of the 2027 presidential election. Responding to recent political commentaries, the ADC insists that the ultimate decision rests solely with Nigerian voters. The party also challenged the Tinubu administration and the APC to focus less on responding to opposition figures and more on addressing the country's pressing challenges, particularly insecurity, unemployment, and rising poverty. According to the ADC, the electorate is increasingly concerned with the quality of governance rather than political exchanges between rival parties. The ADC, let me come to you, Fimbar. The ADC says elections should be decided by Nigerians rather than political endorsement from influential figures like Olusegun Obasanjo. For you, do you really, I know you've been following the back and forth. Everyone, I think almost every Nigerian would say that looks like it might seem to be that there's a rift between the former president and his vice. And it's very obvious that the president does not want, the former president rather, doesn't want the former vice president to be the president of the country. But do you think that, endorsements from him could actually help shape how the voting would go? Oh, no, for sure he did not endorse.
So what about it?
So what are you trying to say, Dr. Nosike? But let me hear from Fimba before I come to you. Well, Fimba, go ahead.
Yes, you just mentioned an endorsement from former president. It is very symbolic and very strategic. If any former president can endorse any candidate, it is very effective, it's very influential, and it will bring in a good number of votes, sincerely. Because these former presidents, they have seen, they have tested, and they have conquered in their own capacity. And they know better. They know better the problems, and they know better those people who have been been very democratic. They know those people who have been milking the country dry. They know those people who have not really been helping democracy to thrive. They know them better. And then for someone like President Olusegun Obasanjo, who has been in the prisons, in the dungeons, and then favor turned on him, and he became the president of this great country at the time we needed full-fledged democracy, at the time we needed democracy to thrive, at the time we needed some revival. And then he did his best, and he knows better. Whatever he says, I know certainly he's carrying a lot of weight. And then for him to, for example, endorse a candidate of ADC, Alhaji Atiku, you should expect people to overwhelm ADC with votes when it comes to the elections. And any candidate whom he also endorses, if he endorses the NDC candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, you should expect an overwhelming vote in that direction. We all know the misunderstandings that have lingered for a very long time between President Olusegun Obasanjo and his former vice and his vice when he was in the presidency. We know what has transpired between them. It has lingered till this very moment, and I know, and you also know in the studio there, that it is going to be very difficult for the former president, President Olusegun Obasanjo, to endorse a candidate of ADC party. You and I know that, and majority of Nigerians who are following the trends, we know that. So the body language of the former president, we know the party is swaying gradually into, is NDC. However it is, that has also affected great progress in NDC. If you take, for example, when the P2B was in ADC, you can see how influential ADC has been, how ADC has been the talk of many stations at many quarters. And unfortunately, when they came to squeeze his hands or to hold him captive in ADC did not succeed, he quickly moved into NDC. And now ADC has become less talked about in the national discourse. So Atiku, who is coming there and has gotten the ticket of the NDC, well, we look forward to. I wish him a good luck, however it is. But I know sincerely that the president, former president Olusegun Obasanjo, who knows what has been going on in the national discourse and what has been happening at international levels and at the national levels, know that someone like Atiku, by his own personal opinion, should not be at the helms of affairs. One or two reasons which are very solid, and which, of course, he has over time been able to roll out to people who wants to listen.
Okay.
So I think the body language of President Olusegun Obasanjo, for him not to support the candidate of President Atiku is going to be very, very, very. It's going to be a monumental. It is going to have a monumental influence.
Okay, thank you very much. Donoske, let me come to you. You were saying something about the fact that the former president did not support the present president.
I asked the question, did he endorse Boname Tinubu? Or the answer is no. Understand? He just said what they are playing up is an interview with Chan the Boy, a discussion where Obasanjo said that one of his greatest mistakes is making an article his number two person.
Sorry, can I come in here? He's not like he endorsed the president, but they are saying that the fact that he does not want or he has not endorsed the vice president does not mean that the vote of Nigerians will sway, as it will not actually influence the vote of Nigerians. And they're actually saying that the APC should focus more on the needful, which is tackling insecurity, tackling poverty, rather than, always bringing up the interview or whatever issue between Obasanjo and Atiku.
The issue is this. One, endorsements don't really win an election.
Okay.
Understand? Let us go to 2024 in the United States. Kamala Harris was endorsed by 3 presidents: Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, 3 living presidents. Understand me? Then Hollywood, all the stars in the Hollywood endorsed Kamala Harris. At the end of the day, what happened? So power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. It is the people that decides who will win and who will not win. Understand? And not an individual. And talking of Obasanjo, Obasanjo did not just pick an article from anywhere. Atiku was the head of the PDM. PDM was the Shehu Yaradwa's political front, which was very, very influential in making PDP win in 1999. Atiku has already run and win the governor of Adamawa State. Obasanjo said, okay, since you are the leader of a PDM, understand, my people rejected me, and you guys supported me and made me president. Come and be my vice president. So he did not pick Atiku from the dustbin. Understand me? So we should get all these pictures straight. When Yaradua died, that's Sheikh Musa Yaradua. Atiku took over the PDM. And PDM was influential to making Obasanjo president. Because in 1999, the Yorubas did not vote Obasanjo. It was the Igbos and the Hausa that made Obasanjo president. And as a mark of gratitude, Obasanjo had to pick Atiku, who has already won the governor of Adamawa State. Understand? So, but the truth is that endorsement does not win an election. Understand me? Endorsement does not win an election.
Okay, endorsements don't win elections. Well, we have 2 opposing sides to this. You feel endorsement does not win election, while Fimba feels that, yes, endorsements have a way of actually, swinging the pendulum to a particular direction. But anyways...
In America, 30 presidents. 30 presidents.
Well, we will get to know how far whatever endorsement would go by 2027, really. But this is where we have to draw the curtains on today's, I was going to say on today's election, on today's program. Thank you very much, Fimba Diego, for being a part of the issues. And thank you as well, Dr. Anosike.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, for being a part of the issues. And that's all we have for today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndumdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self can get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
ala na-eze temeka muna so n'ekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe.
Welcome aboard hashtag on Voptv. My name is Vivian Oguchi, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. So if this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. Us because it's a whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. That said, let's get this show on the road. We begin with hashtag Bishops versus Tinubu. Remember how on the 28th of July, a group of bishops, Catholic bishops, had visited President Tinubu to discuss the state of the nation. It looked like that meeting wasn't palatable at all because we are beginning to get feelers from how everything went down that particular day. So we have a Bishop Onaikon at the forefront. He granted a series of interviews, or should I say just one very huge interview over the weekend, and he said that President Tinubu's countenance wasn't even pleasant because this is a totally different meeting from all the others he'd been having with stakeholders in the nation. He said the bishops told President Tinubu that the economy was bad. President Tinubu said the economy was good. The bishop said there's insecurity in the land, and he said President Tinubu said no, the nation is secured. So it was the bishops versus President Tinubu. And there are lots of talking points to this one. Now, I got a couple of videos, but before I show you the video, though, our Sahara Reporters has this post on X. Let's quickly take a look at it. Post is a summary of the video I'm about to show you. Let's take a look at it. This is Sahara Reporters, and it says, when the nation is bleeding, you can't expect a polite meeting. Catholic Bishop says Tinubu isn't used to hearing the truth. So credit goes to Arise TV for this video and, of course, to Sahara Television. Take a look, guys.
How did I see the face of
the president in reaction?
I was not surprised that he was not looking very happy. Nor even his colleagues who were there. We knew that this is different from the kind of statements that our president keeps receiving from all kinds of people. And that is one of the things that worries us, that there are so many people hanging around Mr. President, giving him a rosy picture of what the country is, which it is not. And we felt that we have no duty to do that. To appreciate the reality of the situation in which we find ourselves. And that is the reality that we painted, which I know is not the kind of thing that he wanted to hear. And the reply shows very clear.
I'm concerned that your cross is going over your mic.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, and you can see his reply. We left that hall, both sides, knowing that, well, we said what we had to say. He said what he had to say.
So was it a frost?
Bleeding. You can't expect a polite meeting with the head of state. We need to let him know. And his reply is that the nation is not bleeding. We told him our economy is not helping our poor people. He told us the economy is doing fine. Practically speaking, he told us quite clearly that he did not agree with us. Again, I said, we're not surprised. We didn't expect him to agree with us. We have done our duty. We have delivered our message. And we have a feeling that somehow along the line, somebody will show him.
You heard, right? Again, credit goes to Sarah TV for that. And of course, Arise TV for the video you just watched. You just listened to Cardinal Onaikon responding to questions put before him or put to him regarding the meeting that took place on the 28th of July in Asu Rock. It is serious because shortly after that interview, Daniel Bala as well as Atemitokpe Ajayi, presidential spokesman, began to come at the group of bishops that visited President Tinubu from left, right, and center. I'm just going to take you straight up to X now so you take a look at the next post. And of course, bishops are responding to the presidency as well. So it's really bishops versus Tinubu. Well, a summary of it, On July 28, 2026, the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria told President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja that the nation is bleeding from economic hardship and rising insecurity. Cardinal John Onayekon recounted on Arise TV how Tinubu disagreed, saying the economy was fine. But the presidency called this a breach of confidentiality and an abuse of privilege. Supporters praised Onayekon's boldness in defending the poor, while critics like Daniel Bwala accused him of political bias. Commentators highlighted past praise for similar criticisms under previous leaders, reigniting debates on religious leaders' public roles. In a short while, I'm going to be showing you how this group of Catholic bishops have been really serving as watchdogs to administrations since Nigeria began running a democracy. Yeah? So I'm going to take you back to X now so you see the post that Daniel Bwala put up and how bishops are responding. It's still hashtag bishops versus Tinubu. Well, the presidency on Saturday slammed representatives of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria over their conduct during a recent meeting with President Bola Tinubu, insisting that the clerics were not the sole custodians of truth on the state of the nation. It also faulted Archbishop Emeritus of the Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja, Cardinal John Onayekon, for publicly disclosing details of the closed-door meeting, describing his comments as inappropriate, and a breach of the confidentiality expected of such high-level engagements. Credit goes to the Punch for that one. We're going to take a look at the rest of the posts. It says, in separate statements on Saturday, presidential aides Temitope Ajayi and Daniel Bwala defended Tinubu's response to the bishop's criticism of his administration, arguing that the cleric's assessment of the country's economy, security, and governance reflected only one perspective and was open to scrutiny and rebuttal. So this is Father James A. Faith chat platform. In fact, before we see this, there's a post that Daniel Bwala put up. I'm wondering why we're having difficulty seeing that post. I was taking a look at that particular post before we take a look at what this Reverend Father is saying. This particular Reverend Father who put up this post actually is appreciating what Cardinal John Onayekon has done and also denouncing Daniel Bwala, because Daniel Bwala had come to say that the Catholic bishops were just being political, that they were just singing these songs on behalf of Peter Obi, because he said, according to Daniel Bwala, that Peter Obi is of the Catholic extraction and that the Catholic bishops were just doing what they wanted to do and that they were not speaking on behalf of Nigerians. So let me take you back to X so you take a look at this next post now. And of course, there are reactions to this. And there is another video I'm going to be showing you, but we'll do it one after the other. So Father James says, it is a shame that truth has become so politicized in Nigeria. Today, if you speak the truth about the suffering of ordinary Nigerians, you are quickly labeled partisan. That should concern every Nigerian. Cardinal Onayekon was not speaking for Catholics alone. He was speaking for millions of Nigerians who bear the weight of the present realities. The church has always stood with the poor, the vulnerable, and those whose voices are ignored. That is her mission. Mr. Bwala, your statement is very divisive, and by reducing a moral intervention by the Catholic bishops on behalf of millions of suffering Nigerians to mere politics, you have lost all sense of the sacred. Not every voice that challenges those in power is a political voice. The church does not exist to defend any government or opposition. She exists to proclaim the gospel, defend human dignity, and remind those in authority that power is a trust to be exercised for the good of the people. When we dismiss every uncomfortable truth as politics, we lose not only our moral compass, but also our sense of what is sacred. We continue to take a look at the posts now on X, because this is a huge, huge debate online, I can tell you that. And then Father James again says, I made the Cardinal John Onayekon a joyous fellow and thanked him for the boldness of his faith, speaking out for the poor and oppressed. And Father James A. put up this video. It's a 5-second video. Take a listen. So that's a Father James A together with Cardinal Onaikon. And you heard Cardinal Onaikon saying that, look, we must open up. We can't continue like slaves. So the Cardinal is not backing down, regardless of whatever is coming out of the presidency. Now I'm going to take you to reactions, or should we say responses from netizens now. Netizens are responding. Let's take a look at their responses. So Victorious One says, so beautiful. Father James, please tell him that he gave us excessive joy and that we are super proud and grateful. God bless him and preserve him. Victorious One is telling Father James to tell Cardinal Onaikon that they are very happy with what he has done, that he has spoken on behalf of the people. Osaze G says, the Cardinal made a grave mistake and should be gentlemanly to accept his gaffe and move on. But Ayodeji Kayode says, posterity will be kind to you, sir. One more, and then we move on to the next development regarding this, because it's not over yet. This has spilled over into so many talking points, including this one from Chinedu Samuel, who says, Father, please, next time you meet with them, give them one bottle of wine, or when he meets with President Tinubu, he should give him one bottle of wine on our behalf. We can't be afraid to speak truth to our own country. Benito says APC should forget about Catholic votes in 2027 general elections. Peter Obi is a clear favorite to win. Rigging won't save APC. Peter Obi should be protected by all means. And then Immortal Start says Cardinal Onaikon, Catholic bishops, and the president. And then Immortal Start put up these statistics spanning years of democracy in Nigeria and how presidents have fared when it comes to criticisms from this particular group of Catholic bishops. Let's take a look at that screenshot now that Immortal Start put up. This is it. 27 years of bitter cola. Catholic bishops versus Nigerian president, 1999 to 2026. If you know it, it's called Mijingoro. That bitter cola is really bitter. And that's what Immortal Start is saying. It's comparing the relationship between Catholic bishops and presidents since 1999 to how bitter cola is. Obasanjo, 1999 to 2007. The bishops openly fought and condemned his unconstitutional third-term agenda. Yar'Adua, 2007 to 2010, challenged the heavily flawed 2007 elections that brought him to power. Jonathan, 2010 to 2015, fiercely criticized endemic government corruption and the failure to secure the nation against Boko Haram. APC administration, 11 years now. Now, the first set, PDP administration, 16 years. This time around, APC administration, 11 years. Buhari, 2015 to 2023. The bishops condemned nepotism and called for accountability over insecurity. Tinubu, 2023 to 2026, the bishops criticized economic hardship and rejected palliative measures. Since 1999, the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, CBCN, has issued approximately 54 biannual plenary communiques spanning 5 presidents and 2 ruling parties. That would be the PDP and APC. Across that period, it has publicly criticized successive administrations while endorsing no sitting president and no ruling party, maintaining the same institutional position under both the PDP and APC governments. So would you agree with Daniel Bwala and Temitope Ajayi, presidential spokesman, that the Conference of Bishops have become partisan? Just a question I'm posing to you, because it looks like this group has become the watchdog and the conscience of the people based on what we are seeing online. So I told you that this particular debate is spilling out into various narratives on X. That brings us to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Orji Uzor Kalu. Orji Uzor Kalu, who is a senator and of course a Tinubu man, has come out to say, look, President Tinubu, listen to these bishops. They are the conscience of the people and they will always speak truth to power. The Vanguard has that post. Let's quickly take a look at it. And of course, I've got a video for it. Massive, massive responses to this particular one. It is hashtag Orji Kalu. Well, apologies for this mix-up. Let's quickly take a listen to the video itself. Vanguard actually had a post, a summary of what Orji Uzor Kalu said. We'll take a listen to what the senator has to say before we listen to what netizens are saying in response.
I will start with the Catholic bishop. To me, the Catholic bishops are conscious of the country. And once they give advice, their advice is not for or against. Their advice is just for any sitting president, any sitting leader to see things the way it should be. There's difficulty in Nigeria, there's no doubt, and it's not the fault of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we have been able to capture the microeconomy, and the micro is what we are having problems, as I've always told people. So there's nothing new about the Catholic bishops visiting. They are clergymen who they are conscious of what they speak and what they say. And I support the visit of the Catholic bishops. It promotes the president to work harder, because the Catholic bishops are just telling him the way it is. Even if we politicians can lie to him and say things are good everywhere, the Catholic bishop can never say that. And that is why they are Catholic bishops. And I want to correct one thing. Cardinal Naika is not the president of Catholic Bishops Conference, and people are making mistake on that. So I believe whatever is this agreement between the Catholic bishops and the people speaking for the president is nothing, because the Catholic bishops just drop what they want to say about the presidency or what they want to say about what they know about the economy. It's left for us who work with President Tinubu to take back to our rooms and analyze what they say and come out with beautiful things that will make Nigerian people to be proud. On Vice President Kashim Shettima, it's a continuity. There was no need of dropping him, and it could have been suicidal to drop him. And President Tinubu have done the right thing. It has nothing to do with what we are doing. I mean, we are Catholics, we are Christians, and I don't see anything that endangers anybody's life. If economy is good, this is why I have been telling the government to focus on economy. This economy was dead. It's just resuscitated by the president. So let us not deceive ourselves. So I'm not even going to go there. What I know, presidents have taking good decision in returning his vice president to Nigeria. And I want to thank the president and thank the National Security Advisor, Alhaji Nuhu Ribadu, for what they are doing on the security to go back to conquer our microeconomy. Because if they don't pursue...
Let's listen to Senator Orji Uzor Kalu. So on the one hand, he's saying, look, the bishops, the clergymen are speaking truth to power, and the president should listen. On the other hand, he's praising President Tinubu and all. But something else he addressed was a Muslim ticket. That's why he mentioned Vice President Kashim Shettima. You know how there were calls for President Tinubu to drop Shettima and pick up a Christian, so you could have a Muslim Christian ticket. But according to Orji Uzor Kalu, who of course is one of the insiders, he's got the presidency years, he said it's a continuity and it would have been suicidal for President Tinubu to drop Kashim Shettima. So he addressed all of this, and just take a listen to how netizens are responding to Senator Kalu. Let's take it back to X. So this is the King of Truth, and the King of Truth says, He's wondering who helped the senator compose his speech. And then he goes on to say, I do not like people to know that this senator is from his state. And then Wayne Idozie says, this is the first time he's seen Senator Orji Uzor Kalu tell the truth. Mikolo says, you especially do not have any moral right to talk because you and the rest of APC or the members of the APC are sole beneficiaries of the corruption and injustice in Nigeria. And he goes on to say, a dog come back with a bone in its mouth. That's an idiom, yeah? But there's one more. And this next reaction or response is going to link us to the next hashtag. This is RM responding to Orji Uzor Kalu. And he says Pentecostal pastors went to Asu Rock to sing praises and collect smiles from President Tinubu. But Catholic bishops went to the villa and spoke raw truths to power. And he goes on to say the difference is clear. But then again, since it's about Pentecostals and Catholics, according to this netizen, take a look at one of the foremost Pentecostal right now. One of them, I said, Bishop David Oyedepo. He said that he's been silent for too long, but it's not going to be silent anymore. And he spoke, really spoke. So I'm going to take you to X now so you see the post that Chooks put up. Chooks has this post, and of course that's going to launch us to the video of Bishop Oyedepo criticizing President Tinubu. So Chooks says, quote, the government is pretending like they don't know what to do. I have been quiet for a long time, but the bubble is about to burst. End of quote. Bishop David Oyedepo. Take a listen, guys.
Whether in power or out of power, judgment has finally come. You can't slaughter members of my family and want me to pray for you. I pray against you, against your household, against your generation. In the name of Jesus. The bubble is burst. Any devil, sponsored by whosoever. Because can I tell you this? Everybody knows that these wicked people are being sponsored. Anyone who doesn't know that that's a problem. Ameko Kakeke, Enkrakatanoa, every sponsor of killers in Nigeria, you come under a curse today. Everyone trading with the lives of men in the name of ransom, the curse of the Lord hits you today. You mean they kill people every day? And government is pretending not to know what to do? Amako Sakerikano, Bratekere, Yeshwane. Sir, I've kept quiet. When you see God keep quiet at wickedness, it's because the bubble is about to burst. Yes. He said, I've long time held my peace, God said, but now I will rise like a wounded lion. And I will devour at once. Please listen to this. Take it down. When you see God keep quiet at the wickedness of the wicked, it's because the bubble is about to burst. As the Lord lives, whose I am, I'm who I serve, this bubble will burst. Oh, to me, I have not heard any statement from government quarters against the killings. I'm here to hear one, sir. I'm here, okay. Our human life is not of value anymore. It's okay, and can't try. And now, You wasn't preaching the bus. Is that an issue? All this food. My God. You think we are dummies? No, sir. We kept quiet, waiting for God.
And God. Very passionate Bishop David Oyedepo there talking about the state of the nation. And he said over and over again that government really has not addressed the killers, right? Terrorists that have brought so much tears to families. He also said government knows what to do, but they are pretending not to know. And then out of the blues, he mentioned preachers not preaching in buses. Oh, in case you didn't catch it, that's one of the new laws now. Yeah. You're not allowed to hawk or preach in a commercial bus anymore. If you do, you're either going to jail or you're going to pay a heavy fine. It's the law of the land. And according to Bishop Oyedepo, is that a thing? Is that what you should be doing right now when there are more serious things? Right. So I'm just going to show you one post from X. It's a microcosm of how netizens are responding to what Bishop Oyedepo just said. So let me take you back to X now so you see that response. It is hashtag Bishop Oyedepo. So this is Dinogo. Dinogo says, after the Cardinals and Catholics attack on Tinubu, I knew more pastors will also start theirs. No one should keep quiet anymore. They can't kill all of us. I know one that won't talk, Sha. I wonder who that person is. Well, this is coming from Dinogo. Prior to what Bishop Oyedepo has said, and prior to what the Catholic bishop has also said, we have, clerics, vocal clerics who have been really coming down on the administration of President Tinubu. One of them is none other than Dr. Paul Enenche of Dunamis, right? Just among some of those who have been talking. So it looks like religious bodies are no longer sitting on the fence. They're making their stance known. Well, just to hazard a guess, though, I don't know who Dino Ugo is talking about, but not too long ago, we saw Bishop, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the overseer, come out to say, Bishop Enoch, or should I say Pastor Enoch Adeboye, he had come out to say that he's giving the chief of staff, not the chief of staff, the security apparatus, the brass, the service chiefs, that's what I'm looking for. He gave them a 90-day ultimatum to end insecurity or resign. Those 90 days have elapsed. The head of service, the service chiefs, they are still there. There's still insecurity in the land. And we are waiting to see what the prophet and what the man of God will come out to say. Not too long ago, he said that President Tinubu is doing the best he can, that he can't put on khaki himself and go to the field, but that those under him should really, really do what needs to be done. He came down hard on people that the president has surrounded himself with. He said they are praise singers who do not tell the president the truth. So we are waiting to see how this whole thing pans out, right? We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll take a look at something totally different. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo in a closed-door meeting with Oyo Governor Seyi Makinde, and surprise, surprise, someone else, Kayode Fayemi, former governor of Ekiti State and former President Tinubu's, or should I say, an ally of President Tinubu, formerly an ally of President Tinubu. Let's come back after this short break and talk about this. Stay with us.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,200. and 50 kilobyte per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on Welcome back, everyone. It's still hashtag on Voptv. If you just joined, I am Vivian Ugoche, and of course, this is where we get to tell you all things trending, all things topical. Now, Obasanjo meets Seyi Makinde is the next hashtag. Let's take a look at what we have on X, because this is a huge one. I mean, there are so many permutations right now. Not too long ago, former President Olusegun Obasanjo had come out to attack his former vice, the ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, with so many allegations. He had said that the former vice president, while still deputizing him, had bribed some officials in the National Assembly to stop the president from doing whatever he wanted to do in the National Assembly. And then Atiku fired his own salvo to say, look, this is just political. It's because you have a candidate you're supporting and you're doing all of this. It's just so to throw me under the bus. There are talks that the former president Olusegun Obasanjo is on the side of the NDC presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Today, we saw a post that Seyi Makinde put up. But before that, let me take you to X now so you see the very first post. It is hashtag Obasanjo meets Seyi Makinde. Let's do it. So this is it. That's the very one. Seyi Makinde says, earlier today, we visited Baba, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR in Abeokuta. Our discussion centered on important national issues in view of the upcoming general elections. We appreciate Baba for his wise counsel at this crucial time in our nation's economy. Now, Seyi Makinde put up this post yesterday and is gaining traction, I can tell you. Take a look at that picture there. It's a number of pictures, and you can see Fayode. Oh my God, Kayode Fayemi smack dab in the middle of it. Like I said earlier on, he used to be an ally of President Tinubu, but it looks like they're no longer together. In fact, President Tinubu was very, very, he played a pivotal role in the election of Kayode Fayemi when he became the governor of Ekiti State, but it looks like they're not on the same page anymore. We saw Kayode Fayemi not too long ago come out to say that the ACN, Tinubu, ACN, you remember, that the ACN deliberately chased Goodluck Jonathan out of office. That everything the ACN, he was in the ACN then, President Tinubu, then Bola Tinubu was in the ACN then, and these were serious critics of then President Goodluck Jonathan. And one of the things they criticized was President Goodluck Jonathan's attempt at removing fuel subsidy. Kayode Fayemi came out to say that, look, we knew what we were doing. It was just political, and we did it so that we can, you know, hey, take power from Jonathan. And he said what he did then was what this same administration is doing. So totally he's not on the same page with the president at the moment. So some netizens are saying, still, is it wise for Makinde to be partying or to be cozying up to Fayemi? It's one of the questions they're asking on X. So let me take you back to X so you see how netizens are responding to hashtag Obasanjo meets Makinde. So, Obina Joe says, thank you at Seyi Makinde for standing for a greater purpose, vision, and mission that will salvage our nation at this critical curve of our journey as a nation. Nation building transcends ethnicity, religion, and political affiliation. An individual with a good and noble conscience will not allow the nation plunge into a very deplorable state like the APC is deliberately and passionately driving it into.
I therefore call on all other well-meaning Nigerians to join their forces to rescue this nation from the hands of these chameleons in government today. God bless you, Governor Sheyi. God bless you, Baba Obasanjo. Nigeria will be great again. Nigeria will be okay. And then Sunday, Ajiboye says, what has become of all those that Obasanjo supported in the past? Nothing but empty. It is important for you to know that the views of netizens are totally theirs and not a reflection of Voptv. That said, let me take you back to X now, because someone is responding to one of the netizens that said, look, that the former president has no influence, no political influence anymore. This is Oladejo Ahmed, and he says, God has really blessed this man. Someone like him, as old as he is, and he's still very much active politically, socially, and physically. Now, Oladejo Ahmed is referring to the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo. Let's talk about Seyi Makinde a little bit. What do you think was the bone of contention, minus what he said on X? Remember how last year himself and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Atiku, by the way, deputized Obasanjo, whom Seyi is visiting now. And never forget that Seyi once upon a time was touted to be Atiku's running mate. That didn't happen. But last year, Atiku Abubakar, Seyi Makinde visited a former military ruler, the IVB himself, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, in his Niger State residence. And shortly after that, former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayoshi came out to tell Nigerians that, I know what they said. It's all about 2027. They're trying to run together and all. But it looked like, hey, that didn't really pan out. So after that, Seyi Makinde, of course, announced his presidency on the platform of APM, even though he said it was a coalition of the PDP, the Turaki-led faction of the PDP, and the APM. But that, of course, is not standing, because we know that the Turaki-led faction of the PDP tried to submit the name of former President Goodluck Jonathan as their presidential candidate. They did it manually because they said INEC refused to give them codes to upload it the way it should be done online. And INEC, shortly after that, came out to say that they've rejected former President Goodluck Jonathan's name because it wasn't properly submitted. So INEC opted for the Wike-backed PDP, and they have Senator Sandy as their presidential candidate. So it's a huge drama. It's a lot to wrap your head around. So Seyi Makinde currently, as we speak, is a presidential candidate of the APM and definitely not the PDP APM. Seyi Makinde, of course, just came out of the storm. You remember the very famous Oyo abduction, where pupils and their teachers were abducted, spent over 50 days in captivity, and then were released or rescued. The federal government said, actually, they weren't released, they were rescued. Because in Nigeria now, there is a difference really between being released and rescued. I mean, check it out. So it's a huge deal. What do you think Seyi Makinde went to visit President Obasanjo for? Do you think Seyi Makinde is still pursuing his presidential ambition after what happened in his state? These are questions netizens are asking. And of course, in a short while, we're going to be bringing some analysts, some academics, and of course, experts in this field to answer these million-dollar questions. That said, we move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Showore. Showore, the publisher of Sahara Reporters and the presidential candidate of the AAC, is talking again. He's talking 2027. He said that President Tinubu did not upload some certificates or some documents on INEC's portal, and that is not acceptable. He's not the first person to have come out to say this. We've had a Solomon Dalong, former sports minister, say it as well, and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who is also the presidential candidate of the ADC. Because according to INEC, he must upload these documents, you know, and make it public. And so according to Showore, some of President Tinubu's documents are missing, and he spoke. Revelation. Take a listen to Omoyele Showore.
I know of one that submitted a presidential candidate that will not participate. I know of two, but that's a conversation for another. But the presidential candidate of the APC, the All Progressive Congress, did not go to primary school.
No secondary school.
He did not go to secondary school. He only presented one paper from Chicago State University, which was different from the paper he presented in 1999, which was University of Chicago. Now he has downgraded it to Chicago State University. You get my point. And we're advising him, it's not too late to take advantage of adult education. Let him go back to primary school, secondary school, online. He had a minister in this country who, after she was appointed as a minister, went and did NYC. So there's no big deal. But in going back to school, he should go back to school and let serious people contest for the presidency. But on a serious note, we are asking Nigerians to understand the precariousness of their condition and situation. These guys have come to destroy your country. Yes. And we are the only ones standing between them and the final evisceration of Nigerian people. And
You just listened to Omoyele Sowore. He is the presidential candidate of the AAC and, of course, the publisher of Sahara Reporters. He said the president didn't go to primary and secondary school. He's asking him to go, take advantage of adult education, and all of that. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a huge debate panning out, and it's something we're going to be investigating further. But Sowore is also trending for another reason. You know, he was in court today. He's been in court for some time now. Right? It is the DSS versus Sowore. Now, Sowore made some statements about President Tinubu on X, called him a criminal and a drug lord. The DSS asked him to pull it down. He said no, because he said Twitter, now X, contacted him and said, do you want to pull this down? He said no. The DSS took him to court, and so it's a case that's been raging. They were in court today, but it looked like it turned into a chaotic affair. Sowore put up this post on X. Let's take a look at it. And of course, there is a video. But first, the post. It is #Sowore. So Omoyele Sowore says the press conference after today's explosive proceedings at the Federal High Court, Abuja, over Tinubu is a criminal case. Gosh, he had to put it that way. Well, he goes on to say, following the powerfully punchy hearing, Justice M.G. Umar adjourned the case until September 20, 2026, stating that he could not continue with today's proceedings. We addressed the developments in court, the issues raised during the hearing, and the implications of the adjournment. The struggle for justice continues, and we remain committed to seeing this case through. #Take it back, #Revolution now, #Tinubu must go. Sowore attached this video to this post. Take a look.
The case that we did. Other than for Congolese, even like you carry to go back home. Chief Golo. Our incoming president. Yes, incoming president. Yes, sir. I travel.
You cannot talk like that in court. You see, a marketplace will fight.
Forget it. Forget that.
Now, we are supposed to have
Omoyele Sowore making his way out of the court. That case, by the way, has been adjourned till September. Of course, we'll be bringing a legal practitioner soon to come help us dissect this issue as well as other legal matters right here on #. That said, we'll wrap it up. That's the size of our package today, and big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date again with us for another edition of this show, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self can get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Brave. Keep watching Voptv.
Welcome to Romeo.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories with over
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Presidential Working Group to submit executive bill to Tinubu on September 3.
Shetima says Tinubu deserves praise and not criticism.
Wike-backed PDP chairman asked Jonathan to distance himself from dispute.
Professor Ikechukwu praises INEC preparation ahead of elections.
Momodu tells President Tinubu to present scorecard.
Imo Speaker pledges support for women's bill.
Onuaka Lucy visits VOP Media, calls for stronger political media collaboration.
On the foreign scene, Senate Republicans back Trump a lawyer Todd Blanche's nomination.
In business, NRS makes tax ID mandatory for new crypto account activation.
Well, in sports news, Wamufat NSSF sports camp opens in Abeokuta.
And in the world of entertainment, Frank Adoho slams Lagos property prices, calls market armed robbery. Now the news in details. The
news in details. The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill will submit an executive bill package to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on September 3. Chairman of the committee and Chief of Staff to President Femi Gbajabiamila disclosed this after a meeting of the Presidential Working Group at the State House in Abuja. Gbajabiamila said the package, which goes beyond draft legislation, provides a comprehensive implementation blueprint for a dual federal and state policing structure once the constitutional amendment establishing state police takes effect. He explained that nationwide consultations will be conducted after the draft is completed before the president gives final approval and forwards the executive bill to the National Assembly. Gbajabiamila also announced that President Tinubu has approved a multidisciplinary police administration, a committee to provide technical oversight and validate the proposed legislation before executive consideration. Responding to questions on the financial implications of the reform, Gbajabiamila said it was premature to estimate costs, noting that expenditure would be determined through empirical research conducted on a state-by-state basis.
Vice President Kashim Shettima says the President Bola Tinubu's government deserves commendation for reforms in key sectors, which he attributes to the rise in foreign reserves. Shettima said from reserves of $3 billion when Nigeria was experiencing capital flight and capital scarcity, the country is now experiencing capital inflows that has raised foreign reserves to about $52 billion. He said the president deserves commendation and not condemnation for these improvements.
Elsewhere, the Forum of State Chairmen of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on former President Goodluck Jonathan to publicly dissociate himself from what he described as the unauthorized use of his name in the party's leadership dispute. The Forum Chairman, Austin Nwachukwu, said the action had become necessary to protect the integrity of the former president and prevent further confusion over the party's leadership.
We call on you, in view of the global image and moral authority you command, to address Nigerians directly and disassociate yourself from the continuous use of your name in this spectacle of macabre dance by expelled PDP members. His integrity is too much to be trampled with by these co-travelers who think that they can enter heaven through the back door. It is public knowledge that your name is being used by these shameless people to perpetuate their ignoble activities. This must stop. Silence in the face of such misuse damages not just the party, but your own legacy of peace and statesmanship. It is manifestly seen that this group of never-do-well illegally, manually sent your name to INEC against the authentic and authorized electronic upload as prescribed by our electoral laws. Yet, you have not made any comment. The Nigerian people are asking you to speak now to clear your name from this imbroglio of rascality.
The Working Committee to commence legal proceedings against individuals it accused of impersonation, forgery, and the alleged misuse of court judgments.
5 contempt proceedings and other appropriate actions against these expelled individuals for impersonation, forgery, and disobedience of court orders, especially the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The party must protect its name, logo, and structure in law. 6, media updates on the true position of the law. We have noticed that the media, I would say erroneously, do engage with issues that are not supposed to be mentioned because it will be contentious to say or to use a court judgment that was distorted and changed to have a publicity for a particular group. So we are calling on the media to take note that whatever they are getting from these miscreants are not the competent court judgments. You make yourself good. You have your correspondence. Send them to the courts. Let them get certified true copy of the judgments. It will guide you in the way and manner you publish articles or materials coming from these never-do-wells.
Nwachukwu further called on security agencies to investigate the alleged forgery and distortion of court judgments, warning that such actions could threaten public peace. He also appealed to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to order a security review of a property in Abuja, allegedly being used to coordinate activities capable of disrupting public order.
The governor of Oyo State and presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement, Seyi Makinde, has criticized the economic policies of the All Progressive Congress-led administration under President Bola Tinubu. He described the simultaneous removal of fuel subsidy and floating of the naira as a double blow to the welfare of Nigerians. Makinde, represented by a national leader of the party, Babatunde Tijani, disclosed this in Abeokuta during the unveiling of the APM deputy governorship candidate for the state, Deborah Akinlade, as well as the House of Assembly and the National Assembly candidates for the state in the 2027 elections. The Oyo governor lamented that no nation could withstand the twin economic shocks implemented by the APC government without adequate cushioning measures. He also questioned the administration's economic performance, expressing concern over the soaring cost of living and erratic foreign exchange rates.
Now, political analyst Ikechukwu says Nigeria's electoral preparations for the 2027 general elections are encouraging, but citizens should remain optimistic given the experience of the 2023 polls. The executive director of Development Specs Academy said the steps taken so far by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, were reassuring, particularly efforts aimed at strengthening the electoral process. He said the Commission's plans suggested improvements over previous elections, including the continued use of technology in the voting process. Ikechukwu, however, warned against excessive optimism, recalling the high expectations that preceded the 2023 general elections under INEC chairman Mahmood Yakubu. According to him, those expectations were not fully realized, making it necessary for Nigerians to assess current preparations with both hope and caution ahead of the 2027 elections.
Still talking politics, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Dele Momodu, has called on President Bola Tinubu to show the track record of his administration to convince Nigerians to vote for him in next year's presidential election. Momodu said the performance of the ruling All Progressive Congress is what Nigerians need to make their choice in 2027. He said the 2027 election would not be difficult for Tinubu if he can show the records of his performance. Momodu mocked the APC for what he called abusing itself by blaming the immediate past leadership at the federal level for the state of the nation.
Now, the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, Chike Olembe, has assured our stakeholders that the House will give favorable consideration to a bill seeking to reserve 3 additional seats for women in the state legislature. Olembe gave the assurance when the Imo State chapter of the League of Women Voters of Nigeria paid a visit to members of the Assembly, calling for support for the proposed legislation. He told the delegation that if the bill is presented before the 10th Assembly during his tenure, it will receive positive legislative attention.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news hour is Mazi Amobi Hegboro. He is a public affairs analyst. I'm glad to have you join us, Amobi.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's start with this report that the Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill will submit an executive bill package to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on September 3. And, the chairman of the committee and, of course, also the chief of staff to the president made this disclosure after a meeting today. So I would like to know what you make of this, what you just make of this, the Presidential Working Group having to submit their report come September 3.
The thing has been off. That's signified the level of commitment of the president towards the police, state police structure. Very commendable indeed. And my view is that what the military cannot do sufficiently well, is it the police that will do it? When I mean military, I mean soldiers, the army. But be that as it may, I also think that it is not about any boots on the ground. 2 weeks ago, Mr. President talked about 8,000 recruitment personnel in the Nigerian army when he expanded the divisions from 8 to 12. Commendable as it were. But is it the problem? I think the problem is political will to prosecute to its logical conclusion the issue of terrorism and banditry. And I've not seen that in action, empirically. If you are now talking about another way to look at this issue is what is the welfare package of the would-be policemen that will form the core of state police in various states? What is the minimum salary of an average policeman? I'm coming. And you cannot fight terrorism and banditry without humongous investment on technology. So I want to see a situation where we have a synergy between what Mr. President is doing And there are similar issues of ensuring that, you have technology and you have welfare package also. And one fear that, from the way we are going, it seems that this state police bill will come to fruition before December and just before the general election in January. I think Mr. President should hasten slowly. We should not deploy this state police. We should not make it functional before the election. We should tread slowly. Let's have a very comprehensive and robust conversation around state police, so that by the time we come out, we will not make the mistake of federal police also. So the issue of structure, interrelationship between the state police and the federal police, when you cross boundaries, how do you look at it? If somebody from Imo State, commits a crime and runs into cross state, how do you look at the challenges? What do you do? Is it a federal offense now, or is it a state offense? Which state now will take over and all that? So what I'm saying in effect, in as much as state police is fine, it will go a long way to stemming the tide. It's not the only thing. We need to have the willpower, what in Nigerian political palace we call political will. And then we also need to match it with technology, because this idea of carrying guns and going to one place or the other does not work anymore. Even the bandits and the terrorists have upscaled, have upped their ante in terms of how they move and what have you. So on the whole, the government should hasten slowly and then ensure that it doesn't come to fruition before the general election. Otherwise, we'll have more problems to contend with than what we have presently.
Well, Amobi, that's a very robust answer, but not to digress. I'd like to ask you as a Nigerian, how do you feel about Femi Gbajabiamila, President Tinubu's chief of staff, at the helms of this very important committee, seeing as he's been fingered by so many people regarding corruption cases? There's one that's on the front burner now, and there are others, Are you confident that something is going to come out of this committee that he's heading?
At this first stage of this fake or phantom agency, you know what happened? The spokesperson of Mr. President, Ononuga, had already given a clean bill of health to Mr. Gbajabiamila, even before the president constituted the ICPC panel. So what are we talking about? At that time, Nigerians cried, as it were, that Femi Gbajabiamila should not be a member of that committee, not to talk of heading that committee, police, state police bill. But the government was adamant because they've taken a position. And that was why when the ICPC panel was paneled, as it were, we said nothing will come out of it. Mr. President gave them the end of August to submit their report. I do not know whether August has elapsed. This is I do not know whether July has elapsed. This is August 3rd, and no report whatsoever. So they want it to die down naturally. But this is one probe, one incident that will hurt Nigerians even when we proceed from here. Because at the earlier stage, we said this thing, the timing was too long. This thing cannot take more than 1 week to look at. After all the principal actors are in Nigeria, and they can be reached. So why the 1 month? Now it's like they are succeeding, because the thing is fading away from the memories of Nigerians and all that. And if the appropriate thing to do is to ask Femi Gbajabiamila to set aside while the investigation continues. ICPC is the presidency. Femi Gbajabiamila is the chief of staff to the president. He commands a lot of influence around. So if you find out that Nigerians have lost hope and faith in the whole process, the probe organized by the House of Reps got to a point and got stopped because Prince Matthew Adeniyi cannot be brought from the police custody to come and explain his own side of the distance. They were, giving an excuse that it will be tantamount to what is it called? That is in court. They don't want to get into, entangled with matters that are in court. That is flimsy excuses, as far as we are concerned. The issue of phantom agency has gone away. Before the next 1 week, Nigerians will no longer talk about it. We'll be preoccupied with other issues, like what the president has told the bishops of Catholic bishops and what have you. It is not dominating the discourse in the Nigerian social and political arena. We have forgotten the phantom agency. So it is very, very unfortunate. And when people see Femi on the screen trying to do it, it hurts as well. Why couldn't he step aside? One of these finance minister, the lady from UK, stepped aside. A lot more people have stepped aside. And after voting, they get clean. They can give them a clean bill of health from the court. So what I'm saying in effect is that this is one opportunity that the present administration has missed in order to write their name in gold. It is very, very unfortunate.
Okay, if I hear you correctly, you're saying that there's a need actually for Gbajabiamila to step down from office while investigation continues. But let's take you to another report that is really very, very important. The Vice President Kashim Shettima is saying that President Bola Tinubu's government deserves commendations for reforms in key sectors, which he has attributed to the rise in foreign reserves. While you were speaking earlier, you made mention of the Catholic bishops and visit that has kind of, regulated that it's actually out there, as a report, or as is actually generating reports on people's reactions. But it looks like, on one hand, the Catholic bishops, Nigerians, are saying that the economy is not working. But on the other hand, we see the government officials come out to say that the reforms are working. And here's the vice president also towing that part too, and saying that the president should actually be commended and not, be condemned like some people are doing. What do you think? Do you think that it looks like our officials are not...
Thank you very much. What do you expect? Is akin to somebody setting an exam for himself and invigilates himself, mark the script himself, and announce the result. I think perhaps they are living in another world, not in Nigeria. Bayo Ononoga said sometime about 4 weeks ago that his domestic servants are not, he doesn't see hunger in the faces of his domestic staff, when the issue of hunger came up. And many of them has also said that the Nigerians are not hungry. Mr. President himself has also adumbrated on that fact that hunger had been here before he was born. So it's like the government have a stand on the sufferings of this country, of Nigerian citizens. So what they are doing, is an insult to Nigerians, because each day we slip into the poverty threshold, of Nigeria. How many people are in the poverty circle? Many Nigerians. Go everywhere. There is poverty in the land. There is inflation. But government have refused very vehemently to acknowledge this fact. And that is where it pains. If government acknowledges fact that, yes, this is the situation, but look at what we are doing to ameliorate the situation, it's a totally different ball game. But they live in denial, and which is very, very unfortunate. How can you tell average Nigerian that things are up? You see, when about government, it's a very difficult situation to market this administration, because some of them that are marketing this administration find it extremely difficult, because when you pose questions to them, they become belligerent. They want to fight you. just look at what happened between Mr. President and the Catholic bishop. The Catholic bishop, what Onaiko did exactly the same thing, in 2014 to Jonathan. He went to Aso Rock and told Jonathan that Nigerians are suffering. What did Jonathan do? What did the handlers of Jonathan do? This same administration was in opposition then, and they were hailing Onaika for speaking truth to power. Now it is their turn, Emilioko. Now it is their turn.
Are you there, Amobi?
They are coming out to fight him. They've been reduced to the political arena with Daniel Bala talking about Naika supporting P2B and what have you. Festus Kiamo is taking it up. What we are saying is that they should be able to tell Nigerians the truth. There is truly hunger in the land. It is very difficult to agree, but as a government, as a pro-democratic personality in the person of Mr. Bola Tinubu, he should be able to that Nigerians are suffering. But look at what my policy directions are towards solving the problem. But complete denial is an insult to Nigerians.
Very well said, Amobi. There's something else I'd like for you to touch on before we move on, right? Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has found his voice again. In fact, you find Nigerians saying Seyi again. Not too long ago, last week precisely, the governor of Oyo State inaugurated a commission of inquiry to investigate what happened, the breach, what led to the kidnap of pupils and their teachers in his state, Oyo State. But look at what he has done again, right? You know that he is the presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement, and he has criticized President Tinubu openly. He criticized the economic policies of the All Progressives Congress-led administration under President Tinubu, describing the simultaneous removal of the fuel subsidy and floating of the naira as a double jeopardy. Amobi, yourself and other analysts, have come out to say that, look, this administration is not doing well in so many ways. But then, former President Olusegun Obasanjo precisely said that economic-wise, the president has failed, that there are policies that are good on paper, but implementation zero. And now Seyi Makinde is singing the same song. What do you make of this?
Yeah, Makinde's point, as far as we are concerned, what we can see and feel is that Nigerians are despondent everywhere. Nothing is working. Every person is at the verge of collapse. If you describe Nigeria as a failed state, they come after you, and why must you describe Nigeria as a failed state? But all the variables, indices that typifies failed state are they are all here. The offices have been taken over by terrorists and bandits. Inflation, especially food inflation, has gone up astronomically. No one can talk about health, giving himself or has good health care. Education is in comatose state. What are we about? The APM presidential candidate, Makinde, is in order. I recall also, Makinde made his point that he called for international probe into the Rire, saga. Administration came out, and challenging prophecy. Now has also instituted his own internal probe because he believes that something went wrong. There are things that are not right. And as an administration, you should have collaborated with Makinde. This war against terror or military is not going to be solved by one single action, but a synergy action, concerted effort will be required to solve this because it's a hydra-headed problem. And it's also the shape of a guerrilla affair where the the bandits or the terrorists, even within the civilian population. So it requires a high level of operation, intelligence gathering, and what have you. At some point, and he might succeed proving a point. And probably that is why the administration at the federal level, but he has taken a panel to be able to unravel what exactly happened. And I think the federal government should have interest in what happened. If we are ready to fight the war against terror. Like I said earlier on, there is this willpower that is lacking, or in political and social balance in Nigeria, we call the political will. If this will is lacking, it is very difficult to achieve what the government deserves. Recall that about 2-3 weeks ago, they have been recording some successes here and there, but I describe it as disjointed incrementalism. That is what I call it, because it is 1 step forward and 2 steps back. So when you do the arithmetic, you know that we are either going back or we are still where we are. So significant movement in the fight against banditry and corruption. And we need information. Sorry, we need copious information, because intelligence is key, technology is key, political will is also key in trying to decimate these terrorist bandits.
Well, Amobi, you have been fantastic as usual. I wish we could go on and on, but this is the march we can take. Thank you so much for coming aboard today.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have been speaking with Amobi Ihegboro. He is a public affairs analyst. Now, let's circle back to a very, very important story. The Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, well, I beg your pardon, that's not it. This time around, it's a courtesy call. A lawmaker representing Oshodi, Solo Federal Constituency 2, Okejo Onakolusi, paid a courtesy visit to VOP Media, owners of Voptv and VOP FM. During the visit, the lawmaker stressed the importance of strengthening collaboration between public office holders and the media.
Onokalusi visited the headquarters of VOP Media at Iruka Towers, where he was received by the management and the staff of the organization. The visit provided an opportunity to discuss national issues and the role of the media in promoting civic engagement, accountability, and democratic governance.
I must say that I'm delighted to be here. I can see a breathtaking media investment. It is a direction that we in the Nigerian should emulate and look forward. I've been some medias in Nigeria, I've been some medias in Africa, but I think what this BOP is set to do will remain unprecedented. With the facilities on the ground, I know they are going to go to places. But one of the philosophies of what is driving them is what their brand is, the news behind the news. Invariably, it's going to be an investigative station. It's going to be an interactive station. It's going to be a station that will be able to produce the news that many media houses wouldn't want to produce. So it's going to be a voice of the people, as the name implies, and it's going to go a long way. I look forward in having been moved into the building the last 1 month, and with the facilities on the ground, I know that in the next 360 days or 65 days, this place shall be a big hub of activities, and we're going to compete with other international media houses. Nigeria need a media that can produce the news. Nigeria need a media that can be means behind the news. So with the facility that I'm seeing, they're ready to capture Africa.
The lawmaker commended VOP Media for its commitment to informing the public and encouraged continued partnership in promoting responsible journalism and national development.
I want to commend a few staff, the GM, for the dedication I've seen. I watched 1 or 2 of your interviews, and I know that it is a place to be. So I commend Nigerians, especially those who have product to sell, those who have ideas to share, those who feel that their rights are violated in one way or the other, that they can come to VOP, both the radio and the television station. Another important thing that I said that is significant from all the media houses, creating a mediation center. I saw what looks like a mediation center where people can come to ventilate their anger. Because the cost of litigation is high. But when you provide a platform where people can come to ventilate their pains, and you have people that can hear them out and call to the right authority to do it.
That was Okejo Onakulase. Of course, he is the Oshodi lawmaker representing Oshodi Solo Federal Constituency on a courtesy visit to VOP Media. Moving on, the trial of activist Omoyele Sowore on alleged defamation charges filed by the Department of State Services has been adjourned after a heated exchange between lawyers for both parties disrupted proceedings in court. The confrontation began after Sowore's lead counsel, Adeyinka Olumide Fusika, sought an adjournment, saying documents approved by the court on July 27 were only released to him on Monday, leaving him without sufficient time to prepare for the cross-examination of his next witness, a DSS official. Counsel to the DSS, Akinlolu Kehinde, opposed the request, describing it as a delay tactic, and urged the court to foreclose the defense. The submission by Kehinde sparked a war of words between the two senior lawyers, with Olumide Fusika rejecting the allegation and accusing the prosecution of persecution. Proceedings took a dramatic turn when Kehinde rose to make further submissions, and Fusika interrupted him, calling prosecuting counsel's behavior that of a persecutor rather than a prosecutor. This prompted an immediate rebuke from trial judge Justice Mohammed Umar, who warned the senior advocate against any further outbursts.
Well, environmental matters now. The Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, has launched the 2026 edition of its annual summer school to promote environmental responsibility among children in Lagos. The authority's managing director, Muyiwa Badegesin, declared the 4-week program open at the LOMA headquarters in Ijora. He said the initiative themed Young Eco-Heroes Protecting Our Environment is designed to equip children between the ages of 7 and 15 with a practical knowledge on waste segregation, recycling, environmental sanitation, climate change, and sustainable living. Badigesi added that participants will engage in classroom learning, practical demonstrations, educational excursions, and creative recycling activities aimed at encouraging responsible waste management. He urged participants to become ambassadors for environmental sustainability by promoting proper waste disposal, recycling, and environmental stewardship in their homes, schools, and communities.
And now to the foreign scene. 2 key Republican senators say they will now support Todd Blanche's nomination for United States Attorney General. Senators John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina have been holding up the nomination over concerns about a proposed $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund at the Justice Department. They wanted written confirmation the fund would be rescinded. But Blanche, who is currently acting Attorney General and a former personal lawyer for President Donald Trump, posted that the fund had been cancelled. In a joint statement, Cornyn and Tillis said they look forward to voting to advance his nomination out of the Senate Judiciary Committee soon. With their support, the committee is likely to advance Blanche on Tuesday. A full Senate vote could come as early as Saturday unless Democrats agree to an earlier vote.
On a rather sad note, 7 people, including 3 children, were killed after a drone hit a crowded beach in southern Russia. A Krasnodar region governor, Vamin Kodadev, says 40 people were injured, 17 hospitalized, and he's blaming Ukraine for a deliberate attack on civilians. Kyiv has not commented. The cause of the crash is unclear. Both sides deny targeting civilians.
Still on the foreign scene, Iran says it is in negotiations with Oman to reach what it calls an understanding on the temporary route through the Strait of Hormuz to allow commercial shipping to resume. The announcement came after United States President Donald Trump said new talks on ending the war in Iran would begin on Monday, that he had called off what he described as massive strikes for that purpose. Trump did not say who would take part. Iran, however, denied it is negotiating with the United States and said it has no plans to do so. Following Tehran's denial, President Trump wrote on his Truth Social platform that Iran's leadership was unbelievably duplicitous.
In business news, the Nigeria Revenue Service (NIS) has directed virtual asset service providers and peer-to-peer escrow operators to make a valid tax identification number a mandatory requirement for account activation. The requirement was introduced in the guidelines on the taxation of virtual assets released as part of NIS's new framework for taxing cryptocurrencies, stablecoins, tokenized assets, and other digital assets. The guidelines include a provision that medium and large companies earning profits from cryptocurrency and other virtual asset transactions will be subject to a 30% corporate income tax on their crypto gains under the Nigeria Tax Act 2025.
Nearly 900 companies from around the world gathered in Shanghai for China Joy 2026 as the digital entertainment industry looks towards the next wave of gaming innovation. Footage shows a bustling exhibition floor with visitors exploring digital platforms, testing new games, and viewing displays from exhibitors across the globe. Russian technology companies Yandex and VK used the event to seek partnerships and strengthen their presence in China. Exhibitors said the show had provided them useful contacts and ideas.
Was able to meet with a lot of amazing people to catch lots of good stuff that would help me to develop my product and my service for further steps, and also to help publishers in China and around the world to be successful with the revenue generation or with ad monetization. In terms of the plan, for sure, right now we've got even more insights what might be really crucial and important during current period of time, including localization, finding out new markets and so on. And me personally, my team, we will provide and maybe empower our product to meet all of the needs that the customer has right now in China.
A lot of different companies associated with advertisements and game developing. The experience is great. I think that all these collaborations will bring us a lot of new partners. We want to develop China market. Want to have new advertisers from China. We want to have new publishers of games in China, because we think that this market can give us a lot of new opportunities.
The event marks the return of wargaming and featured a cross-industry showcase from BYD, combining anime-inspired vehicle designs with in-car gaming experiences.
Well, let's take a look at some sports news now. The second edition of the Wamufat Sports Camp opened Monday in Abeokuta, Ogun State, organized by the Wamufat Youth Community Development Foundation in partnership with the Nigeria School Sport Federation, United States-based around your city, the Agroterra Resort. The camp will run from August 3rd to 8th. Children aged 10 to 16 will receive free coaching in athletics, football, chess, netball, golf, ayo, and tennis. The program also includes a mentorship and lessons in values such as respect, teamwork, resilience, and integrity. The 6-day camp will end with a community race day on Saturday, the 8th of August.
Wales has become the first nation to publicly withdraw support for FIFA President Gianni Infantino's re-election bid. The Football Association of Wales announced on Monday to not back Infantino the election for FIFA president set for March 2027 in Rabat, Morocco. The move comes after Infantino's plan to sell stakes in the World Cup tournament failed. He had offered FIFA's 211 member associations $40 million each to back proposals for private investment in the men's and women's World Cups. The plan was scrapped following strong opposition from 3 continental confederations. The Football Association of England is also understood to have written to FIFA to make clear it no longer supports Infantino.
In entertainment news, a media personality Frank Edoho has criticized the rising cost of property in Lagos, describing the state's real estate market as armed robbery. While speaking on the show, Edoho questioned who can genuinely afford the multi-million naira homes currently on sale. He compared Lagos property prices to those abroad, saying the Nigerian market is difficult to justify given the country's economic realities. Edoho pointed to what he called a pricing disparity, noting that Hollywood actor Leonardo DiCaprio reportedly owns an island worth about $1.7 million, while some houses in Lagos are being sold for almost the same amount.
Nigerian singer Cynthia Morgan, popularly known as Cynthia Morgan, has accused music executive Jude Okoye of allegedly manipulating the truth, describing him as a toxic and divisive person. Morgan made the allegations in a series of posts shared on her Instagram page on Monday. In her post, she criticized Jude for allegedly describing singer Peter Okoye as crashing out because it was going down. Her comments come amid an ongoing public dispute involving Jude Okoye and his former music partner, Peter Okoye, popularly known as Mr. P.
Well, it's a wrap for us, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that a presidential working group is to submit executive bill to Tinubu on September 3.
Also, Shettima says Tinubu deserves praise, not criticism.
Wike-backed PDP chairman asked Jonathan to distance himself from dispute.
Professor Ikechukwu praises INEC's preparation ahead of elections.
Momodu tells President Tinubu to present scorecard.
Imo Speaker pledges support for women's bill.
Onukalusi visits VOP media and calls for stronger political media collaboration.
On the foreign scene, Senate Republicans back Trump liar Todd Blanche's nomination.
Well, in business news, we told you that NIS has made a tax ID mandatory for new crypto account activations.
And sports, Wamofat NSSF Sports Camp opens in Beabeokuta.
Well, in entertainment news, Frank Edoho slams Lagos property prices and calls market armed robbery.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People Television. On Facebook, we are Voptv, and on other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. The witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Big news is here. your favorite voice of the people television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz,